Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers. It's a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds its 38th business meeting of a 4-year term. This is the 8th council meeting of 2021. After meeting 5 times in person at the Music City Center last fall, the Metro Council continues in a largely virtual format tonight, but this may be the last time. The council plans to be at the Music City Center for its meetings again back during May and June, with the hope, the virus willing, to be meeting back here in the courthouse in the council chambers, perhaps starting in July. The council has been meeting online due to the continuing presence of COVID-19 in the community. Starting a year ago in April 2020, the council met 15 times virtually with the public urged not to attend. Almost all 40 members and the council staff have been participating remotely. This has been done under an emergency order of Governor Bill Lee, allowing local governments to conduct their business under emergency rules. Tonight, those here at the courthouse include, again, Vice Mayor Jim Schulman, who will be conducting the meeting, and Council Chair Pro Tempore Bob Mendez, some staff, and myself. Everyone else will be meeting online. The council's agenda is 30 pages long tonight, with a total of 73 pieces of legislation. That includes 19 resolutions, 6 first reading bills, 26 second reading measures, and 22 third and final reading ordinances. That's in addition to 14 appointments and reappointments to local citizens to local boards, to Metro boards and commissions, including an election tonight to fill a seat on the Community Oversight Board. Perhaps the most high-profile pieces of legislation on tonight's agenda are 2 second reading bills regarding the city's use of license plate scanners. This is an issue that the council has been dealing with for several months. The 2 measures are BL 2020-581 and 82. They will allow Metro Police to use license plate readers for law enforcement purposes, for example, to crack down on drag racing. But the bills also seek to protect public privacy of those involved about how the information is generated from readers and how it's being kept and used. There's also concerns right now about what this will mean for the immigrant community and how their identities will be protected. The council may decide what to do tonight on which if they think which bill is best, or they may defer the matter again. I will tell you that the debate about this in the Public Safety Committee tonight has been so extensive and long that it has delayed the start of the meeting tonight. Other resolutions, RS 2021-874. The council will officially set the State of Metro and budget address for Mayor John Cooper, which will also be done down at the Music City Center. It will take place on Thursday, April 29th, 2021 at 10:30 a.m. It will be held as a special council meeting. The mayor has also said he intends to propose a reduction in the city's property tax rate after it was increased 34% last year. The reduction is required by state law so that a countywide property reappraisal, which is about to be released, will not cause a tax increase because of the city's strong growth the last 4 years. The council will be setting a new tax rate and approval budget by the end of June. Another resolution up tonight is RS 2021-837. It would seek to put on the ballot from the council's own amendments for the Metro Charter. They would rival, define, and compare with those proposed of a citizens petition effort now before the Metro Election Commission. Measures would appear on a special ballot perhaps sometime in June. The council's proposal will only go on if the special election is called. To pass tonight, the council's resolution will take 27 or a 2/3 vote of council members voting in favor. Resolution RS 2021-876 would accept nearly $1 million state grant to provide public assistance for the costs associated with police security, emergency protective measures, traffic signals, debris removal, and the damage to parks resulting from the severe storm, straight-line winds, and the flooding back on March 3rd and 4th, 2020. That's the deadly tornado that came through Nashville a little over a year ago. Another resolution, RS 2021-877, would approve a 5-year, $20 million contract with the Public Services, Inc. for the provision and collection of waste and recycling containers for Metro facilities, as well as the repair and purchase of waste and recycling bins on an as-needed basis. Republic already had a previous 5-year contract to provide these services. Resolution RS 2021-880 would accept another $500,000 grant from the state for Metro Police to continue enhanced DUI enforcement and to target distracted driving and seatbelt enforcement. Metro has received this great grant for many years. The funds are used to pay overtime costs associated with enhanced DUI enforcement for weekends and holidays. Another memorializing resolution tonight would be RS 2021-890. It would condemn the growing violence and hatred being seen against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders across the nation. Another resolution, RS 2021-891, would declare April 24th to be Earth Day in Nashville, as that particular day has its 51st year of worldwide celebration. Another second reading bill of note is BL 2021-675, asking the city to study the council's compensation every 2 years. When this bill was debated 2 weeks ago, there was a concern expressed that every 2 years is perhaps too often, since the council cannot change its pay or benefits during its current 4-year term, only for the next term. We'll see how the debate goes tonight. Also on second reading, an 11-member commission would be created to review and identify solutions for the long-term disposal of Nashville's solid waste. Those named to the commission, if they agree to serve, would be every living Metro mayor, the current mayor and vice mayor, and other current and former city officials, along with the bill's sponsor, Councilman Jonathan Hall. This is not exactly the way commissions are created in Metro, except for the one recently on 2nd Avenue, which was somewhat similar. So the bill could create some interesting discussion if it is debated tonight. Finally, Mayor Cooper's smart parking request for proposal bill to modernize the city's downtown on-street parking system is expected to receive final approval on third reading tonight. Next will come the selection of a private sector partner to run the system. The contract can be no longer than 5 years with an outside firm. That's at the council's assistant, and that will need to come back to the council as well for approval. If you want to follow tonight's council meeting as it progresses, you can find the agenda online. Go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website and into the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers I've been mentioning on the screen when they come up for consideration so you can follow along and keep up with us to see where we are on the meeting agenda. Let's now go to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman. He'll be gaveling tonight's meeting to order shortly.
So will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, April 20th, 2021. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Invocation this evening will be offered by Pastor Daniel Meary of the Spirit and Truth Believer Fellowship, a guest of Councilmember Joy Stiles. Pastor Mary, can you hear us? Well, ladies and gentlemen, this happens every so often. Pastor Mary?
Vice Mayor, I'm reaching out to see what's going on, but his last name is Myrie.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Stiles.
It looks like he is listed as an attendee.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Pastor Myrie, you are recognized.
Thank you. Well, greetings to everyone, and thanks for the invite. Let us pray. God, our Creator, we ask your grace for direction and strategy. By your mercy, grant favor and insight on your desires for our communities. As we seek the good for our fellow man, may love, peace, and joy be at the center of all of our hearts. We trust your providential plan and your sovereignty. So lead us, O God. Guide us. Have your way in all of us. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Everybody may be seated. We're getting some feedback back here. So hopefully, can you all hear me? I'm looking at the council members. Everybody okay? Okay, good. All right. Madam Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Hurt.
Present.
Allen.
Here?
Glover.
Present.
Suara. Hall.
Present.
Toombs.
Present.
Gamble. I'm sorry, did I call on Councilmember Toombs? Councilmember Gamble. Swope.
I'm present, but on the telephone.
Parker.
Present.
Withers.
Present.
Thank you. Benedict.
Present.
Van Reese.
Here.
Hancock.
Present.
Young.
Present.
Hager.
Present.
Evans.
Present.
Bradford.
Present.
Roten.
Present.
Syracuse.
Present.
Welsh.
Present.
Sledge.
Here.
Cash.
Present.
O'Connell.
Present.
Roberts.
This is Council Lady Roberts. Here. Present.
Taylor.
Present.
Hauser.
Present.
Druffel.
Present.
Murphy.
Present.
Pulley.
Here.
Johnston.
Present.
Nash.
Present.
Vercher. Porterfield.
Here.
Sepulveda.
Here.
Rutherford.
Here.
Stiles.
Present.
Love it. I have been able to
It looks like a club for real.
say things.
Right.
I haven't been able to say it.
All right.
I'm just.
Lee.
Present.
I know, and how often do I wear it? But how often?
Henderson.
Present.
Rosenberg.
Present.
Councilmember Sora.
Present.
Gamble. Yeah.
So we can see that Councilmember Gamble is on the list, but at this point we can't hear her. Okay. So Madam Clerk, how many people do we have?
We have 39 members present at this time.
Is that counting Councilmember Gamble?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Gamble, if you can figure out a way to get on, we can see you on the list. She may be trying to call back in. Okay. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello?
Councilmember, can you hear us? Councilmember?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
But you can't hear me. Hello?
We can hear you. Can you hear us? All right, we're going to try to get in touch with Councilmember Gamble and let her know that we can hear her, but she can't hear us at this point.
Gamble, if you can.
All right, so obviously, ladies and gentlemen,
I'm on.
we are meeting virtually, okay? Remember to raise your hand button if you want to be recognized. Also, you'll need to mute and unmute yourself, and we will try to get through this in one piece, as we normally do. I will say that our next meeting will be on May 4th, 2021, and we will not be meeting virtually. We will be back in the Davidson Ballroom in the Music City Center. Everybody will be back together, Music City Center, Davidson Ballroom, at our next meeting. For tonight's meeting, we're still operating on the requirements of the executive orders, Executive Order 65, requiring those participating in an electronic meeting by audio means only to identify themselves each time they speak in a manner reasonably calculated to permit the public to ascertain the identity of the person speaking. As you know what that means, if you do not keep your camera on, you will need to identify yourself when you begin speaking. Councilmember Johnston, you are recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I make a motion that the April 20th, 2021 Metropolitan Council meeting agenda constitutes essential business of this body and the Metropolitan government, and that meeting electronically is necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak.
Right, you've heard the motion. That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing nobody's hand up. Ready to vote? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed, no. So the vote is, Councilmember Gamble, can you hear us? Councilmember Gamble.
I'm here, present.
Can you
hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you
Great.
now. Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper, you're recognized.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Swell, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Truffle, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
Right. Vote is 40 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections to that? The electronic meeting motion is approved. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from April 6th, 2021? I got a motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Looks like it's 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper, you're recognized.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Swell, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Truffle, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
Okay, vote is 40 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections? Seeing none, motion is approved on the minutes. Madam Clerk, any messages from the mayor?
No, Vice Mayor, there are no messages from the mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, just a couple things before we get into tonight's agenda. I'd like to take just a moment to read parts of an opinion that was written by Dwight Lewis, former writer at the Tennessean, that appeared in last Sunday's Tennessean. You may have seen it. He wrote, in response to the death of the student last week in Knoxville, his name was Anthony J. Thompson, Jr., and the death of a 3-year-old in Nashville, Jamela Marlowe. This is what Mr. Lewis wrote. And here we are again, seemingly still not listening for the cries of our children. I am hurt, I am embarrassed, and you should feel the same way. Let's face the truth. We seem to be going backward when it comes to the welfare of our children, especially as it relates to violence. Their lives are too precious to lose. I wonder if anyone else feels the same way. And then about today, today's verdict is just the beginning. I know it is very personal to so many people, including many of you. I ask for peace and thoughtfulness, but also a continued effort by all of us to learn, discuss, and bring about positive and meaningful change through not only our words, but our actions. We have a lot of work to do in our community. One last item to mention. Mayor's State of Metro address, we'll have a resolution on just a minute, is scheduled for Thursday, April the 29th, 2021 at 10:30 a.m. in the Music City Center, Davidson Ballroom, where we've been meeting before. Again, Thursday, April the 29th, 2021, 10:30 a.m. in the Music City Center in the Davidson Ballroom. All council members are invited to attend. All right, we are now ready to proceed to elections and confirmations. As announced previously at other meetings, there is one vacancy on the Metropolitan Community Oversight Board, the COB. The person who wanted to fill that vacant term had to be a representative of either a community organization or a private petition signed by 50 residents of Davidson County. Members must also be registered voters. We have 2 nominees that qualified for the seat and are being considered tonight. They were to appear before the Rules Committee tonight. 2 nominees are Dr. Sabrina Finney and Mr. Mark Wynn. Councilmember Johnston, is there a report from the Rules Committee on their qualifications? And it may be Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Murphy, I'm going to go to you.
Thank you. Yes, we checked their qualifications, and both are qualified to be on our, I didn't have a script, I'm sorry. They were both qualified. They met all the questions.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Thanks for the report from the Rules Committee. Since we only have 2 nominees, we follow Rule 50, but I believe we can do this by machine vote tonight because we only have 2 nominees.
Not machine, but by roll call.
So we're going to do it by, we can't do it by machine vote, we can do it by roll call. Sorry. All right. So what we'll do, I guess, is that we'll have the clerk call the roll, one by one, and again, you will be voting for either one of the 2 candidates, Dr. Sabrina Finney or Mr. Mark Wynn. Again, there is only 1 vacant slot on the Community Oversight Board. Any questions from any of the council members before we go ahead and take the vote? Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just had a quick question. I know normally in rules we're able to hear about the qualifications of the individuals. I know they usually have a few minutes, and we were crunched on time today. So I believe they only had 1 minute to speak on their qualifications. Will we have the opportunity to hear from them at all before we commit to the vote?
So, Councilmember Porterfield, I'm just checking with our legal counsel. We typically do not at the council meeting either give the candidates a chance to address the body. We didn't do it the last time, nor do we let council members speak on those nominations. Mr. Cooper?
Correct, Vice Mayor. It's only for public officials that are being elected to positions like school board or judge that there's a total of 5 minutes for speaking and discussion, but for boards and commissions, that's a separate rule, and there is no allotment of time for that.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. Any other questions? Okay. So again, typically when we've had votes on the Community Oversight Board, we've had a number of people vying for the position. We've had to space it out and go through several rounds tonight. We just have 2 nominees. So again, the 2 candidates, Dr. Sabrina Finney and Mr. Mark Wynn. What the clerk is going to do is she is going to call the roll, and you can vote for one. And Mr. Cooper, it's my understanding that the individual to be nominated must get 21 votes. 21 votes.
You.
Right. Madam Clerk, are you ready?
Yes.
All right. Take the vote.
Mendez. Wynn. Hurt.
Win.
Allen.
Win.
Glover.
Win.
Suara.
Wayne.
Hall.
Win.
Toombs.
Win.
Gamble.
Win.
Swope.
Win.
Parker.
Win.
Withers.
Win.
Benedict.
Win. Win.
Thank you. Van Reese.
Win.
Hancock.
Win for the win.
Young.
Win.
Hager.
Win.
Evans.
Win.
Bradford.
Win.
Roten.
Win.
Syracuse.
Win.
Welsh.
Win.
Sledge.
Win.
Cash.
Win.
O'Connell.
Win.
Roberts.
This is Council Lady Roberts. Win.
Taylor.
Win.
Hauser.
Gwen.
Druffel.
Win.
Murphy.
Win.
Pulley.
Win.
Johnston.
Win.
Nash.
Win.
Bircher.
I'm not voting.
Porterfield.
Win.
Sepulveda.
Win.
Rutherford.
Win.
Stiles.
Win.
Lee.
Win.
Henderson.
Win.
Rosenberg.
Win. 39. Yes.
All right, so council members, the votes were 39 votes for Mr. Nguyen, and we had one abstention. So Mr. Mark Nguyen is elected to fill the vacancy at the Community Oversight Board. Both Dr. Finney and Mr. Nguyen, thank you for putting your names up for nomination. And Mr. Nguyen, congratulations on your selection. All right. So we are ready to go on to other reports from the election, from the Rules Committee. Councilmember Johnston, you are recognized.
Council Lady Murphy is handling that for me since I was not able to chair the meeting today. Sorry.
All right. So Councilmember Murphy, and Councilmember Murphy, who is handling the planning report? Is that Mr. Withers, Councilmember Withers?
Oh, no, you've got me for both committees tonight.
All right. Well,
Get excited.
Okay. Well, I'll start drinking some more of my Red Bull. All right. So, Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
I'm doing all the confirmations at this point.
You are doing the rules and confirmations at this point.
Okay, so the confirmation of Ms. Karen Southall for the CATV Special Committee was voted 5 in favor, 0 against. For the Electrical Examiners and Appeals Board, reappointment of Mr. Terry Atwood. He was not with us, and so we've deferred that by rule. For Fire and Building Codes Appeals Boards and for the appointment of Ms. Marina Natopi for a term expiring June 20th, 2025 was 5 in favor, 0 against. And I apologize. I expected Council Lady Johnson to have to say these names, and so I did not make myself notes. So I apologize for my phonics not being up to speed. So Hospital Authority appointment of Ms. Michelle Gaskin Brown for a term expiring July 11th, 2024 was 5 in favor, 0 against. For the Human Relations Commission, we have a lot. So we've got the appointment of Deaconess Garlina Burton for term expiring April 18th, 2024, 7 in favor, 0 against. Human Relations Commission reappointment, Mr. Pratik Dash for term expiring April 18th, 2024, deferred by rule. Human Relations Commission appointment of Ms. Ariel Sadive, and that is also expiring on April 18th, 2024, 5 in favor, 0 against. Human Relations Commission appointment of Mr. Josh Wood, expiring April 18th, 2024, 5 in favor, 0 against. Human Relations Commission appointment of Ms. Nancy Youssef, term expiring April 18th, 2024, 5 in favor, 0 against. The Parks and Recreations reappointment of Dr. Michelle Steels, 7 in favor, 0 against. Plumbing and Examiners Appeals Board appointment of Mrs. Morgan Miller Wallace, term expiring March 10th, 2025, 7 in favor, 0 against. Public Library reappointment of Dr. Adriana, and I could not hear over the call of how to say her last name, so I apologize, but it's April 6th, 2028 would be the end of that term, and that was 7 in favor, 0 against. And then bringing us to Social Services Commission appointment of Ms. Carolyn Smith, term expiring April 3rd, 2026, that's 7 in favor, 0 against.
So, Councilmember Murphy, can I have a motion to approve all those appointments and reappointments, please?
Yes, with all of those reports in, I would like to move for approval of those appointments with the deferral of Mr. Dash on Human Relations and Mr. Atwood on Electrical Examiners. Otherwise, move for approval.
Okay, so I've got a motion to approve. It was properly seconded. Let me make sure we've got all this right. For CATV Special Committee, Ms. Karen Southall. For Fire and Building Code Appeals Board, Ms. Marina Natupi. Hospital Authority, Ms. Michelle Gaskin Brown. Human Relations Commission, Deaconess Garlinda Burton. Human Relations Commission, Ms. Ariel Safty. Human Relations Commission, Mr. Josh Wood. Human Relations Commission, Ms. Nancy Youssef. Parks and Recreation, Dr. Michelle Steele. Plumbing Examiners and Appeals Board, Ms. Morgan Miller Wallace. Public Library Board, Dr. Adriana Bielostowski. And Social Services Commission, Ms. Carolyn Smith. There's a motion to approve, again, properly seconded. Any discussion on any of the nominations? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All in favor of the list of nominations, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Looks like it's 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Saguaro, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roden, Syracuse, Swell, Sledge, Castle, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right. Looks like, again, the vote is 40 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections to that? Seeing none. The list of nominees passes. On behalf of the entire Metro Council, we thank you for your willingness to serve and to volunteer your time and expertise to help Nashville and Davidson County. All right, we're going to move on to resolutions and on the consent calendar and also resolutions. We do have a consent agenda. Okay, so I'm on page 4 of my calendar. So let's go through, and I'll tell you which items are on the consent agenda. The first item on consent on the calendar is item number 2. RS 2021-874 is on consent. 875 is on consent. 878 is on consent. 879 is on consent. 880 is on consent. 882 is on consent. 883 is on consent. 884 is on consent. 885 is on consent. 889 is on consent. 890 is on consent, and 891 is on consent. Okay, does anything need to be bumped off? Seeing none. Then I'm going to read you the items on the consent agenda. Excuse me, and these are the captions of those items on the consent agenda. The first one is RS 2021-874 by Councilmember Johnston, resolution setting the date and time for the 2021 State of the Metropolitan Government Address. RS 2021-875 by Toombs, Gamble, Porterfield, and Saguaro, resolution approving a VOCA application, accepting a VOCA grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance Administration, Office of Criminal Justice Programs to the Metropolitan Government through the Juvenile Court to fund Wrapping Around Families for Success program. RS 2021-878 by Toombs and Taylor, resolution accepting a grant from the National Association of County and City Health Officers officials to the Metropolitan Government through the Board of Health to participate in the Sexually Transmitted Infections Express Cost Evaluation Project to estimate the cost effectiveness of express services compared to non-express services. RS 2021-879 by Toombs and Gamble, resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement by and between the Metropolitan Government acting through the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department and the Tennessee Valley Authority for Extra Duty Police Services. RS 2021-880 by Toombs and Gamble, resolution approving an application for a community-based traffic safety enforcement education grant from the Tennessee Highway Safety Office to the Metropolitan Government through the Nashville Police Department to continue the enhanced DUI enforcement initiative and targeted distracted driving and seatbelt enforcement. RS 2021-882, Toombs, Nash, Gamble, and others, resolution approving joint funding agreement number 21, long period of numbers and letters between the U.S. Department of the Interior, U.S. Geological Survey, and the Metropolitan Government through the Water and Sewerage Services for the continued operation and maintenance of water quality monitors and flood warning gauges from fiscal year 2022 through 26 on Mill Creek, Dry Creek, Browns Creek, Richland Creek, Whites Creek, 7 Mile Creek, Manscris Creek, Stones River, and Cumberland River. RS 2021-883 by Councilmember Nash, resolution approving Administrative Amendment 1 to participation agreement between University of Tennessee and the Metropolitan Government through the Water and Sewer Services Department for the development of an urban waters report card. RS 2021-884 by Councilmember Toombs, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the property damage claim of Robert F. Harwell against the Metropolitan Government in the amount of $19,122.34. Said amount to be paid out of the Self-Insured Liability Fund. RS 2021-885 by Councilmember Toombs. Resolution also authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle property damage claim of Michael Hodge against the Metropolitan Government, amount of $58,087.23. Said amount to be paid out of the Self-Insured Liability Fund. RS 2021-889 by Syracuse and Hager, resolution honoring and congratulating Edith Cavender Cantrell on the celebration of her 100th birthday. Edith Cavender Cantrell, happy birthday. And RS 2021-890 by Hurt, Vircher, Stiles, and others, resolution condemning violence and hatred towards Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. And the last one on the consent is RS 2021-891, Hancock, Hurt, Bradford, and Allen, a resolution to commemorate the 51st anniversary of Earth Day and to recognize April 24th, 2021 as Earth Day in Nashville and Davidson County. Those are the items on the consent calendar. Does anything need to be bumped? All right, seeing none, I need some committee reports. Councilmember Toombs, Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval of Resolution 2021-875, 878, 879, 880, 882, 884, and 885, 1140 against.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Health and Hospitals, Councilmember Taylor.
Health and Hospitals voted to recommend RS 2021-878, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Gamble, Public Safety.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Safety recommended approval for RS 2021-879.
Because we're going to be here.
80.
That's going to be mine.
All right, go ahead.
5 in favor.
Yeah, go ahead.
5 in favor, 0 against for 879 and 880.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. I heard you. All right, Public Works, Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. We took up RS 2021-882, RS 2021-883. Both of those, 9 in favor, 0 against.
And that's it. Thank you, Councilmember.
That's it.
All right, and Councilmember Murphy, Rules and Confirmations. You're recognized.
Thank you. We took up 874, 5 in favor, 0 against. 887, 888, 889, 890, and 891. All were 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and Councilmember Murphy, how about a motion to approve all of these?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
All right, so Councilmember Murphy has moved to approve all items on the consent agenda. I've got a proper second. Any discussion on voting on the consent agenda of the resolutions? I see no hands up. Ready to vote. All those in favor of the consent agenda for resolution say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Looks like it's 40 in favor or 0 against. Mr. Cooper, you're recognized.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swarrell, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Swirl, Sledge, Castle, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Dreffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, 40 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections to that? Seeing none, consent agenda resolution passes. All right, we're back on item number 1, RS 2021-837 by Councilmember Mendez. Resolution providing amendments to the charter of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in accordance with Article 19, Section 19.01 thereof, and setting forth a brief description of each amendment to be placed upon the ballot. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. There's not a committee report because we did that at last meeting, but I think maybe Mr. Cooper could share the results from the Charter Revision Commission meeting.
All right, Mr. Cooper.
The Charter Revision Commission voted unanimously in favor of the resolution as amended.
And so with that, I'd like to move the amendment that's in the package.
All right, Councilmember Mendez has an amendment on RS 2021-837. Proper motion, proper second. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Sure. I think a little bit surprising to me, since we met last, the Election Commission hasn't decided what to do yet, and it looks like the election, if it happens, will not be on the date that was originally asked for, June 14th. And so this amendment would give the Election Commission the flexibility to put this one on whatever date they put the signature petition-led charter amendment. So it's really just a housekeeping to make sure that we track with what the Election Commission is doing.
All right, so you've heard an explanation of the amendment. Again, it's been properly moved, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? I see no hands up. Ready to vote. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Groton, Syracuse, Swirl, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, 40 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections to that? Amendment passes. Councilmember Mendez.
I'd like to move the resolution as amended.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve RS 2021-837 as amended, properly seconded. Back to you.
We talked about it a little bit at the last meeting. This, just like what we did in the fall, would give citizens a choice. If Mr. Roberts' 6 amendments manage to withstand litigation and get on a ballot, this would provide another option for voters to have another set of amendments which would basically keep charter provisions the way they are. And so it's an opportunity to provide choice, just like similar to what we approved in the fall when there was a possibility of an election. The terms of this are that it would only go on the ballot if there is a ballot. There's no way if, for example, Mr. Jim Roberts' petition fails in litigation again, then this wouldn't, ours wouldn't trigger an election. It only goes on if there's going to be an election.
All right, so Councilmember Mendez has moved the resolution RS 2021-837 as amended. Can properly seconded. Discussion on the resolution. All right, seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2021-837 as amended, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
no? Opposed, no? Right, looks like resolution passes 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Groton, Syracuse, Swirl, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
Right, 40 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections to that? All right, resolution as amended passes. We're now on item number 4, RS 2021-876 by Councilmembers Toombs, Stiles, Porterfield, and Suara. It's a resolution accepting a grant from the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency to the Metropolitan Government through the Department of Finance to provide public assistance pursuant to Presidential Disaster Declaration for costs incurred for severe storms, straight-line winds, and flooding on March 3rd to 4th, 2020. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Committee report, which is myself, Budget and Finance.
That's right.
Okay. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval as substituted, 12-4, against.
All right,
And
and
with
back to you, Councilmember Toombs.
I believe I need to move the substitute.
Yes, housekeeping substitute. Corrects a typo.
All right, so Councilmember Toombs has it's a late file substitute, corrects a typographical error. So you would need to suspend the rules just to get it before us. Councilmember Murphy, any action in the Rules Committee on this one?
We have no problem with suspension of the rules.
Okay, so Councilmember Toombs is going to move to suspend the rules to get her late file substitute in front of this on this resolution. Any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing no hands up, rules are suspended. Councilmember Toombs, you're on your late file substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Moved for approval of the substitute.
All right, so Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of the late file substitute, properly seconded. Again, it's a housekeeping substitute. Any explanation, Councilmember Toombs? You ready to vote?
Ready to vote.
All right. Any questions on the substitute resolution? Seeing none. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roden, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Play, Johnston, Nashville, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right. 40 in favor, 0 against. Any changes to that? So, Mr. Cooper, we just voted on the substitute. Now do we have to vote on the resolution as substitute? All right. So we just put the substitute on. Now we have to vote on the resolution as substituted, which is exactly the same thing. Councilmember Toombs, I'm going to go back to you for just the proper motion.
Move for approval as substituted.
All right. Proper motion, proper second. Any discussion on the resolution as amended? I'm sorry. The resolution as substituted. Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of the resolution, which is now a substitute resolution, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper, you're recognized.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right. That vote is also 40 in favor, 0 against. It's the same vote. Any corrections to that? The substitute resolution on 2021-876 passes. Okay, we're on RS 2021-877 by Councilmembers Toombs, Nash, and Stiles. Resolution approving a contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Republic Services, Inc. for the provision and collection of waste and recycling containers in addition to the repair and purchase of waste and recycling bins on an as-needed basis. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Okay, Councilmember Nash, Public Works.
Public Works moved for approval, 11 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and back to you, Councilmember Toombs.
And Budget and Finance recommended approval, 10-4, 1 against.
All right, Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your resolution.
Move for approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I had a series of questions yesterday in budget, and I believe that Mr. Cooper got those responses back to me. I did not have time to share it with everyone. Mr. Cooper, can you just share that response, if you don't mind, please? And one is, the two questions was, one, the contract is for $20 million, but the amount awarded was for $30 million. And the second is that while this Republic is providing all the containers, there's also a clause in there for them to repair Metro's containers. And I was wondering why there's a duplication, in my opinion.
Mr. Cooper?
So regarding the first question, the pricing for the contract when the RFPs were submitted was at $31 million and change. The contract value under the contract is at $20 million, and that is based upon the prior 5-year contract that they had. I think the spend on that contract was about $15 million, and so they anticipate that the spend on this one will not exceed $20 million. As to the repair of the dumpsters, that would provides a mechanism for Metro to have Republic come out and weld a repair to one of our dumpsters at a facility that is damaged or inoperable. Public Works could also potentially use that contract for repair of other Metro dumpsters if needed, so it would provide an option for any Metro department to use that service.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Cooper. So my follow-up question is, if I read the notes right, we already have a contract with another company for repairs and maintenance of those dumpsters, right? So we really don't need the public to do that. Is that correct?
I think we have I think Public Works has a contract just for Public Works dumpsters and things like at the convenience centers, maybe. I'm not exactly sure the scope of that contract. This is more for dumpsters and recycling bins, outdoor recycling bins at all Metro buildings, courthouse, sheriff's office, just various Metro facilities. So I think the Public Works contract may be more limited in scope. This would be for any container at any Metro facility.
Okay, thank you. My other question is, we budgeted 20 million last year, we spent 15. The contract said estimated at 20, which means that it may be more than 20. The award is 30. So my question is, if it has to go more than 20, does it come back to us, or does it automatically just go to the 30, even though the contract we're looking at only says 20?
It's an IDIQ contract, which means it's based upon need. So it's an indefinite quantity contract. So there's no set amount that Metro's going to pay. It's just based upon usage. So if it did go to 31 million, then that's what we would have to pay. But that is over the entire duration of the contract. That's not an annual amount.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Sawara. Other questions? Seeing nobody else in the queue. All right, so we're on RS 2021-877 by Councilmember Toombs. Got a motion to approve with a proper second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2021-877 say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Looks like it's 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roden, Syracuse, Swirl, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, 40 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections to that? Seeing none, motion passes. We're now on item number 9, RS 2021-881 by Council Members Taylor, O'Connell, Hurt, and others. Resolution approving an application for an Infrastructure for Rebuilding America grant from the Tennessee Department of Transportation to Metro through the Public Works Department for the Jefferson Street multimodal cap and connector to better connect the north and south sides of North Nashville with Jefferson Street, serving as its anchor. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee reports, please.
All right, I got one from Budget and Finance. Councilmember Toombs.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 11-4-0 against.
All right, Public Works, Councilmember Nash.
Okay. Voted 11 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would like to let Mr. Cooper or someone from the administration explain this resolution. Thanks.
You want this one, Mr. Cooper?
Mr. Vice Mayor? Mr. Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Nash?
Councilmember Nash, I'm sorry. If we're on 881, I'm sorry, it was 8 in favor, 0 against, and 2 abstaining.
Okay, 8-0 to 2. Thank you, Councilmember Nash.
Sorry about that.
All right, either Mr. Cooper or somebody from the administration.
I can give this a shot.
Mr. Vice Mayor, this is Mike Jameson. It doesn't matter to me.
There is a
whoever you
voice.
call on.
There is a voice coming out of the clouds. Mr. Jameson, you're recognized.
Sorry, I will come off the cloud and just want to, in response to Councilman Taylor's request for a summary, as most council members know, the U.S. interstate defense system that was originally proposed in the 1950s and reached construction in Nashville in the 1960s did significant damage to, if not destroy, at least segregate and separate some of our most vibrant neighborhoods and communities, including North Nashville. At the time this was originally proposed, a Fisk University professor had proposed a method for ameliorating that damage with a cap placed over the interstate that could support public services and public amenities, green space, and other improvements. That never materialized, although there were some infrastructure components that you can still see today on the interstate that were intended to accommodate that. Following the recent elections and administration change, one piece of legislation forthcoming from the D.C. administration and the second one that's on its way have heralded this grant application opportunity, first made known to us in late February with a cutoff date for the application on March 19th. So Fada Massimo and her team did substantial and enormously impressive work completing a very lengthy grant application, which the council members have attached to their resolution. And that would allow for funding $72 million, some federal pass-through funds, required local match of $48 million for hopefully righting a historic wrong posed by the interstate system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval.
All right, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Hands in the queue. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very delighted to have gotten to this point to have some investment through the capital spending plan process in this in particular investment, and something that I think can start to repair generational harm through infrastructure. I would just request that the administration, if this grant application is successful, please work with council members and stakeholders with familiarity with the area, just to make sure. I know we've had a couple of things that have come up through the application process, and let's just make this a true and comprehensive team effort as it goes forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Councilmember O'Connell. That was basically what I was going to say, so I won't repeat that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. If someone from the administration, if they can provide, like, how does all this tie into the overall proposed $1 billion transit plan, if it does?
So I've got Mr. Jameson still on the call, and I think I have Mr. Massimo on the call. Mr. Jameson, I'll go to you first.
Absolutely, and I'm afraid Mr. Massimo is designated as an attendee, so if she can be bumped up and promoted to participant while I speak a little bit.
Mr. Jameson? Well, we have lost Mr. Jameson. Mr. Jameson, can you hear us? All right. Mr. Massimo? All right, we'll give it just a second. We'll see if Mr. Jameson can get back on the call. Any word?
He's listed as a panelist now. Listed as a panelist.
Mr. Massimo, are you on? Mr. Massimo, we've got you listed. You're still muted, though. And we also still can't hear from Mr. Jameson. Councilmember Vercher, we can, if you would rather, we can roll this down a little bit and then come back to it so you can get your question answered. Is that okay? Councilmember Vercher? All right, I'm going to make sure that I can hear people. Councilmember Murphy, can you hear me? Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Withers, can you hear me? All right, so we have, so ladies and gentlemen, we have lost connection for just a minute. So if you can hear me on the screen, we have lost connection. So we are working on restoring that connection. Councilmember Taylor, I see your hand up. Can you hear me?
Can't hear.
Okay. Okay.
ITS knows they're working on it, I guess. 13 months.
But why won't he say that to us, Councilmember?
All right, can you all hear me?
I think it's personal.
Can you all hear me at this point? Councilmember O'Connell, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Mr. President.
Okay, so apparently we are now back connected. I believe we're back connected. Councilmember Vercher, can you hear me? Councilmember Vercher.
Loud and clear, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jameson, can you hear me? Mr. Jameson.
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice Mayor.
There he is. All right, so we were trying to get Councilmember Vercher's question answered, and then we lost contact. At least we lost contact with everyone here. So
No, it was Mr. Jameson answered.
So Mr. Jameson did answer, so you could hear that? Okay.
I could. Mm-hmm.
All right, so Councilmember Vercher, any other questions regarding that answer? You good?
I'm good.
All right. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jameson. We didn't hear the answer, but I think we can live with that. All right, so we are on RS 2021-881. Again, this is a resolution by Councilmember Taylor, O'Connell, Hurt, and others. Nobody else is in the queue. We are ready to vote. Councilmember Taylor had moved approval, and it had been properly seconded. We are ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2021-881 say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, looks like it's 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper, you're recognized.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swirl, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Swirl, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, 40 in favor, 0 against. Resolution passes. All right, we're on item number 14, RS 2021-886 by Councilmember Glover. Resolution requesting Mayor John Cooper extend the fiscal year 2021 actual revenues exceed budgeted revenues, provide funding for new public safety employees and for personnel to serve as project managers, assist in the development community with navigating Metro's approval and inspection process. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Committee reports, please.
All right, Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
At the request of the sponsor, Budget and Finance voted to recommend a one-meeting deferral, 11-4-0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, given the mayor's announcement last Friday, I would move for a one-meeting deferral, please.
Okay. All right, so the council member has moved for one meeting deferral. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye, Mendez, Hart, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, 40 in favor, 0 against on the motion to defer. Any corrections to that? Seeing none. Motion RS 2021-886. Motion to defer passes. We're on item number 15, RS 2021-887, a resolution honoring the life of Jenny Tigard. Councilmember Rosenberg, Hurt, Suara, and Hauser. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee reports, please.
All right, rules, confirmations. Councilmember Murphy.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, my connection cut out. Could you remind me of this number?
Yeah,
I think it's 887.
This is 887.
It was deferred by rule.
All right, Councilmember Rosenberg, back to you.
I'd like to move to suspend the rules to allow it to be considered tonight, please.
All right, so this is the resolution honoring the life of Jenny Tigard, former council member Charlie Tigard's daughter, who passed away unexpectedly a week ago. Councilmember Rosenberg has moved to suspend the rules so we can get this matter before us tonight. Any objections to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, rules are suspended. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're on your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'd like to move the substitute, please.
Okay, so Councilmember Rosenberg and Councilmember Hurd have a substitute resolution. Councilmember Rosenberg has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Brief explanation on the substitute.
Just a few additions and corrections.
Okay. All right. Any questions on the substitute resolution? Seeing none, all in favor of the substitute resolution say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, 40 in favor, 0 against of the substitute. Passes. Any corrections? Back to you, Councilmember Rosenberg. RS 2021-887 as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. President. This recognizes the life of Jenny Tigard, a life that has had and will continue to have a great impact on our community. Ms. Tigard taught at Bellevue Middle for the past 15 years, and by all accounts was that teacher, the one inspiring kids and continuing to check in on them long after they'd left their class. Her class. She was deeply involved in the community, always there to help, just brought so much positivity and energy to any room she entered. I'd like to share the council's deepest condolences with her parents, former Councilman Charlie Tigard and Judy Tigard, her sister Jill, her nieces and nephews, cousins, friends, colleagues, and everyone whose lives will continue to be positively impacted by Jenny Tigard. I move approval.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. He's moved the substitute resolution. It's properly seconded. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor, and I really appreciate Councilmember Rosenberg bringing this and continuing to work on the substitute. I was wondering if we could potentially add all members voting in affirmative as co-sponsors of the resolution.
Councilmember Rosenberg, you good with that?
If that's a thing, sure.
Yeah. That's the thing. Thank you, Councilmember Weathers. And everybody voting on the affirmative gets listed as a sponsor of the resolution. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Actually, it just got asked. That was what I was going to request. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. We're on the resolution as substituted honoring the life of Jenny Tigard. We're ready to vote. Again, all those voting in the affirmative get listed as sponsors. RS 2021-887 as substitute. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swirl, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Swirl, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Duffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Virgil, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, 40 in favor, 0 against. Thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg, Hurt, Swar, and Hauser for bringing this. Okay, resolution passes as substituted. RS 2021-888 by Councilmember Cash. Resolution honoring Dr. Bob Fisher upon the occasion of his retirement as president of Belmont University. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Committee reports.
Rules confirmations. Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. It was 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Cash.
Thank you. I just wanted to take this opportunity, as many of you know, Dr. Fisher, after a long tenure at Belmont University, is retiring, and wanted to go on the record as thanking him for his great service. He's done a lot in growing and strengthening Belmont University over the years, over the decades, and has also, along the way, done many great things for our city. All of these things are, or many of them at least, are enumerated in the resolution. And I wanted to pull it off consent also to provide an opportunity. I know several people have signed on to it, but provide an opportunity for, or remind folks that they can sign on to, sponsor it. And I've asked Dr. Fisher to come in May so that during the announcement period, or at the end of the announcement period, we can present him with a proclamation of the resolution, should it pass tonight. All right, so move the resolution.
I got a motion to approve the resolution, properly seconded. Councilmember Glover, your hand was up.
Yes, I would absolutely like my name added to it. And let me just say this, President Fisher has been a friend of mine for many, many years, and he has been an outstanding leader at Belmont, and one that always is kind of the picture of leadership and how it should work. And so very grateful for everything he's done for our community, obviously for Belmont, and I wish him very well in his retirement. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Hurt.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I too would like my name added. I just sent a message to Clark, but I just want to say that I was the first graduate of Belmont's nonprofit leadership master's program, and Belmont is very near and dear to my heart, and I'm so grateful for Dr. Fisher and the tremendous work that he did at the institution, and I just don't think that there's enough to say about the progress that he made and the things that he brought. I mean, it was a debate 08 at Belmont University. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember Nash.
Yes, without a doubt that Belmont University continues and has had a great impact in this community. Certainly part of that is Mr. Fisher's leadership, and I think it might be appropriate if I made a motion similar to Councilman Withers to just add everyone who votes in the affirmative as a sponsor.
All right. Councilmember Cash, you good with that?
I'm very good with that, yes.
All right, we're just going to declare everybody voting in the affirmative as sponsors on this measure. Any questions? Okay. All right, so I'm looking, I think that clears the queue. Everybody voting in favor of this one will be listed as a sponsor as well. We're on RS 2021-888 by Councilmember Cash. It's been moved and seconded. We are ready to vote. All those in favor of 888 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed say no. Looks like it's 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swar, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Castle, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, 40 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections to that? Resolution passes. We have 2 late file resolutions. They are in your amendment packet. The first one is by Councilmember Druffel. It's a resolution recognizing the 100th birthday of Mr. Jerry Neal. Councilmember Druffel, you're recognized.
Thanks, President. I move to suspend the rules.
All right, so Councilmember Druffel is late file, so he has to move to suspend the rules. Councilmember Murphy, did it come before your committee?
It did come before our committee, and we had no problem with it.
All right. So Councilmember Druffel has moved to suspend the rules to get Mr. Jerry Neal's birthday wishes in front of the council tonight. Any objections to that? Seeing none. Rules are suspended. Councilmember Druffel, you're recognized.
I move that we pass the resolution. Jerry Neal has been with us before. 100th birthday on April 7th. He was on D-Day. He was a pilot on D-Day. He actually came by once. I'd like to bring him by again, but an amazing man that has a tremendous track record in the history of our country. Thank you.
All right.
I move to...
your move to pass the resolution, again, it's properly seconded. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
I'd like to thank Councilman Druffel for keeping this to the top of the agenda and always honoring our veterans, and I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor, please.
All right, so Councilmember Hancock is going to go on as a sponsor of the resolution. That's fine. All right. Anybody else in the queue? Councilmember Glover?
Ditto on that. Same there. I appreciate every bit. Thank you.
All right. Everybody else is Councilmember Rutherford?
I, too, would like to be added as co-sponsor. Thank you.
All right. All right. I think that clears the queue. We're ready to vote. All in favor of the resolution, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Castle, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, 40 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections? All right, resolution passes. Happy birthday, Mr. Neal. I know it was April the 7th. All right, we have one more late file resolution. This is by Councilmember Henderson. Resolution recognizing the month of April as Mathematics and Statistics Awareness Month in Nashville, Davidson County. Further recognizing Nashville's female mathematicians as part of the month-long celebration. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to suspend the rules, please.
All right, so Councilmember Henderson, because this is a late file resolution, needs to move to suspend the rules. Councilmember Murphy, what do you have to say?
She did appear before the committee, and we did not have a problem since it is the month of April.
All right, so good for you. You know which month it is. That's good. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the rules.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. May I move to suspend the rules, please?
All right, so Councilmember Henderson moves to suspend the rules to get this before us tonight. Any objections? Seeing none. Rules are suspended. Councilmember Henderson, you're on your resolution.
Thank you. I would like to move approval with just a brief explanation and thank you to my colleagues of the Women's Caucus. This was a Women's Caucus initiative. I want to thank Council Lady Allen, Council Lady Gamble, and Council Lady Porterfield, who reached out to our local universities, Fisk, TSU, Belmont, Vanderbilt, others, and our Metro Public Schools math department. So we could not just not only honor women in mathematics and statistics, but specifically women with a Nashville connection, of whom there are many. Fisk University has really an amazing history in this space. So I encourage you all to read the resolution, and also encourage you all to encourage the girls and young women in your life to pursue math and math studies and statistics. So with that, I renew my motion for approval.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Though my math skills are sorely lacking, I would like to be added as a co-sponsor to this resolution. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Welsh will be added. Councilmember Hancock?
Statistics was actually one of my undergrad majors, and I would love to be a co-sponsor too, please.
All right,
Vice Mayor, if I may, as a point of order, I apologize. If I could just ask that all women on the council be added just in alphabetical order, with a special thanks to Council Lady Allen Gamble and Porterfield, who worked with me on the resolution, please.
All right.
Thank you.
We're just going. You're just going to let the women be on this one, right?
All the gentlemen are welcome as well, but I just did want to, it was an initiative of the Women's Caucus, so I just wanted to ask that they be signed on first, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, so any objections to that? You're going to let all the women be sponsors of this one. Okay. So that will happen if we pass the resolution, which we're now getting ready to do. All those in favor of passage of this late file resolution of Councilmember Henderson, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed, no. 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper, you're recognized.
Voting aye, amendments heard Allen, Glover, Swarrell, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Groton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Duffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right. Vote is 40 in favor, 0 against on Councilmember Henderson's resolution. Any objections to that or any corrections? Seeing none, resolution passes. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. We're now on bills on introduction and first reading. Unless there's an objection, we'll consider all other ordinances. We'll consider all of them at the same time. Anything needs to come off? Seeing none. Take them all at the same time. Motion to approve all ordinances on first reading. I got a motion properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye, amendments heard Allen, Glover, Swarrell, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Duffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
Okay, 40 in favor, 0 against on bills on first reading. They all pass. All right. So we're now going on to bills on second reading. We're on page 11. We have a second reading consent calendar. Let me go through those right now. So BL 2020-493 is on consent. BL 2021-686 is on consent. That's a little further in. It's on item number 34.
Point of order, Vice Mayor, did we skip first reading? Or did I miss something?
You just missed it. We just did it.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. We're moving quickly. Okay. So BL 2021-686 is on consent. 687 is on consent. 689 on consent. 690 on consent. 695 on consent. 696, 697 on consent. 698 on consent. 699 on consent. 700 on consent. 701, 702, 703, and 704 on consent. Okay. Anything needs to come off of the second reading consent calendar? Okay, seeing no hands, let me go through these items. All right, these are items on the consent calendar, BL 2020-493 by Sledge, Cash, Allen, and Taylor. Ordinance to amend Section 12.40.190 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws relative to night parking restrictions. The next item is item 34, Bill 2021-686. Item 34, Porterfield, Murphy, and Nash, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing public water main and a portion of a certain public utility easement for property located at 2128 Murfreesboro Pike. Item number 35, BL 2021-687, Porterfield, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing sanitary sewer main, sewer manholes and easements, except a new sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes and easements. 5 properties located on Anderson Road, Kenwood Drive, and Twin Circle Drive. BL 2021-689 by Councilmember Johnson. Ordinance readopting the code of the Metropolitan government by including supplemental and replacement pages containing certain ordinances of a general and permanent nature enacted on or before December 16, 2020. BL 2021-690 by Rutherford, Toombs, and others. Ordinance authorizing the granting of a permanent easement to Nashville Electric Service on certain property owned by the Metropolitan government. The next item is BL 2021-695. It's item number 41 by Parker, Toombs, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance approving a participation agreement between the Metropolitan government acting by and through the Metropolitan Department of Water and Sewerage Services and Prism Properties to provide public water service improvements for Prism's proposed development. That's BL 2021-695. BL 2021-696, O'Connell, Toombs, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government acting through the Metropolitan Department of Water and Sewerage Services to provide public stormwater service improvements for Germantown JV LLC proposed development. BL 2021-697, Syracuse, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing water mains and a fire hydrant assembly and easements, and to accept new water main and fire hydrant assemblies and easements for 2 properties located at 1634 and 1636 Lebanon Pike. BL 2021-698, Pulley, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon an existing public utility easement property located at 917 Marengo Lane. BL 2021-699, Murphy and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes and easements and property located at Rocky Fork Road in Williamson County. BL 2021-700 by Toombs, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new sanitary sewer and water mains, sanitary sewer manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for 2 properties located at 910 Youngs Lane and Youngs Lane unnumbered. BL 2021-701, Parker, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer main and easements, except new sanitary sewer mains and manholes and easements located for property located at 51 Lucille Street, also known as the Dickerson Pike Apartments. BL 2021-702, Withers, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer main, manhole, and easements, and to accept new sanitary sewers and water mains and sanitary sewer manholes, fire hydrant assemblies and easements, 3 properties located at 2208 Eastland Avenue and Skyview Drive, also known as the 2208 Eastland Avenue SP Development. BL 2021-703, Taylor, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing water main, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements, and to accept new water main, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements, property located at 3401 John A. Merritt Boulevard, also known as TSU New Student Housing. And the last item on the second reading consent calendar, BL 2021-704, Sledge, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing combination sewer main and easements, relocate 2 existing fire hydrant assemblies, and to accept new combination sewer main and combination sewer manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements, property located at 622 Merritt Avenue, also known as the Finery Residential. Those are the items on the second reading consent calendar. Anything needs to be bumped off? All right, seeing none, we've got committee reports. Go to Budget and Finance. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval of BL 2021-690, 695, and 696, 11-4, against.
Okay. All right. Parks, Library, and Arts. Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes, good evening. Parks, Libraries, and Arts discussed 690, voted 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Van Rees. Councilmember Murphy, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you. Planning, Zoning, and Historical voted on 686, 15 in favor, 0 against. 687, 15 in favor, 0 against. 690, 15 in favor, 0 against. 695 was 16 in favor, 0 against. 696, 16 in favor, 0 against. 697, 15 in favor, 0 against. 698, 699, 700, 701, 702, 703 were all 15 in favor, 0 against, as was 704 was 15 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Nash, Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I have 687 as having been through the Public Works Committee on 4-6. I'm not sure what that number was. At 690, we voted 7 in favor, 0 against. On 695, we voted 9 for, 0 against, as well as 696, 697, 698, 699, 700, 701, 702, 703, and 704. We all recommended, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilor Nash. Did you get 493 and 686?
Yes, I'm saying 693.
Let me just double check. It's on my list, but wait a minute. So 686 didn't come to you all. Let me go back. 493 looks like it did. 493, did that one come to you?
What page is it on?
This would be on page 11 of my calendar. It's the second bill. It's item number 27.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it did. Yes, 11 in favor, 0 against.
All right, there you go. All right, and it looks like the last one we've got is a resolution. It's BL 2021-689. Councilmember Murphy, rules and confirmations.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We voted on 689, 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, so, and Councilmember Murphy, that's the last one on our second reading consent calendar. Can I get a motion to approve? Got a motion?
Yes, with all committee reports in, I would like to move for approval on the consent agenda.
All right, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the second reading consent agenda? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper. Got one.
My
Here you
sheet,
go.
Vice Mayor. I'm sorry, I got it. Sorry. Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swirl, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Castle, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, so the second reading consent agenda passes. All right, we go back to the bills now on second reading. We're back on the first bill, item number 26, Bill 2020-492 by Councilmember Rosenberg. It's an ordinance to amend Section 12.36.110 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to weight restrictions on certain roads. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee reports, please.
Okay, I got traffic and parking. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Add 4 in favor, 0 against on the bill as substituted.
Okay, thank you. Public Works, Councilmember Nash.
Public Works recommended approval of the substitute, 11 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Councilmember Rosenberg, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask that everybody in an odd number zip code be added as a never mind. I'd like to move the substitute, please. It just reflects some recommendations from Traffic and Parking Commission and elsewhere.
Councilmember Rosenberg has moved his substitute ordinance, properly seconded. A discussion on the substitute. All right. Oh, Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a resident of an even-numbered zip code, I'd like to be added.
All right, we can do that. All right, anybody else in the queue? Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 3 zip codes. 2 are even numbered and 1 is odd, so I think that I'd like to be added as well.
All right, so only 2/3 of your name can get on there. All right, let's see. Anybody else? All right, so we're voting on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swirl, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Swirl, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, so it looks like it's 40 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections to that? All right, back to you, Councilmember Rosenberg. You're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. President. This just applies a weight restriction on 3 roads in District 35. I move approval.
Okay, motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill as substituted? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. This is on second reading, Bill 2020-492 as substituted. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper, one more time.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swar, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Swell, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
Okay, 40 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections to that? All right. The bill as substitute passes on second reading. Okay, we're on item number 28. This is Bill 2020-581 by Councilmembers O'Connell, Rosenberg, Young, and Sepulveda. It's an ordinance amending Section 13.08.080 of the Metropolitan Code to permit the use of license plate scanner technology on or within law enforcement vehicles. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Sorry, catching up here. Committee reports, please.
I got one from Public Safety. Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Safety recommended disapproval, 4 in favor, 6 against.
Okay. All right, and Councilmember Nash, Public Works.
Public Works voted to approve, 5 in favor, 4 against.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember O'Connell, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, and this has come up before in this bill. Given the committee reports on this and 582, would it be appropriate between you and Mr. Cooper to figure this out? Could we potentially take this out of order and allow the discussion on 582 to conclude, because it might or might not be relevant to add this to the Metro Code of Laws depending on the outcome of 582? Would it be possible to just take this particular item behind 582? Is that possible?
So on this one, I believe you would have to suspend the rules to switch.
It would be without objection.
I'd like to move to suspend the rules, please.
All right. So Councilmember O'Connell has moved to suspend the rules. Let me make sure I get this right. To move 581 behind 582. Is there objection to suspension of the rules to move that? I see 2 hands. I see 3 hands. All right, so rules can be suspended, so 581 stays where it is.
In which case, I would like to move to defer 1 meeting, please.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell has moved to defer BL 2020-581. Motion is to defer, properly second. We're on a deferral motion. Discussion on the deferral motion. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. I would encourage my colleagues to vote against this deferral. I think we need to move these together, regardless of who goes first or second. Taking them out of turn and in different times, I think we just need to finish this conversation and move forward.
Okay. Anybody else on the deferral motion? Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. The entire reason for not tracking these 2 bills in this particular order is because they are legislatively incompatible. Depending on what happens on 582, whether it is substituted or passed as the original, 581 might or might not make sense to run. I encourage colleagues to support the deferral. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Rosenberg on the deferral.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't understand what the rush is on LPRs, but I would encourage my colleagues to support the sponsor's motion to defer his bill.
All right. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized. On the deferral.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would also like to ask my colleagues to support the deferral at the sponsor's request. Thank you.
All right. I've got Councilmember Gamble on the deferral.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just a point of clarification. So if this bill 581 is deferred today and 582 passes to third reading, how does that impact, how does that impact us moving forward? Will we have to take 581 again on second reading at the next meeting, and then vote on 582 if it passes to third reading on third reading, and then whatever passes first is what becomes official?
Mr. Cooper, do you want to handle that one?
What passes first is what would become official when it passes. However, if there are two conflicting provisions and there's another bill that deals with the same subject matter that's on a different reading, then the last in time prevails. So if you're amending one section to replace a subsection, and then there's another bill that comes along later that changes that subsection, then typically the last to pass prevails.
So just for clarification again, so if we defer this tonight and we don't defer 582 but go on and take a vote on 582, if it passes, could potentially be voided if we take a vote next meeting on 581 and pass that. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, I was looking at a...
We were checking something. Do you mind, Councilmember Gamble, do you mind repeating that?
Yes, I just want to be clear. So if we defer 581 tonight to the next meeting, but we don't defer 582, we take a vote on 582 tonight, and if it passes, if it doesn't, then that's a mute issue. But if it passes to third reading, and then we come back to the next meeting and take up 581 on second reading, would that void 582 for third reading?
It depends on what version of 582 passes. I think if the Rosenberg substitute to 582 passes, then it's possible that 581 and 582 could go together. I would have to pull them out separately and look, but if there is a conflict, then the last to pass would prevail.
I just want to say that seems to be somewhat convoluted, and I just, if we're going to discuss 582 tonight, it just seems like it would be more fitting and proper to go on and discuss 581 tonight and track them at the same time, as opposed to deferring one and not deferring the other, and then having potential conflict down the line. So just want to make that point on the deferral. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Gamble. We were checking something. This would be the third deferral. So it would be deferred indefinitely if it passes. I've got Councilmember Stiles in the queue.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I just want to encourage my colleagues. This has not been an overnight conversation that we've arrived to this evening. It's been several months. And so if we are having our conversations this evening, I think everything needs to be considered at once to eliminate, as Councilmember Gamble mentioned, confusion. So please vote no on the deferral. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like the last one to speak in opposition to the deferral because I think effectively what we're going to be doing this evening, colleagues, is debating the merits of a 581 approach as proposed by Councilman Rosenberg and O'Connell versus the approach in 582. And I think because it is a complicated and lengthy discussion and the budget is looming, I would encourage us to keep these bills tracking together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Benedict, on the deferral motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I wanted to point out to my colleagues that the sponsor of 581 just a few moments ago asked to suspend the rules to put this bill out in front of the other, and there was objection to that. So that's why he's now requested the deferral. So for anybody who wants to hear this bill tonight, rather than have it deferred, I think there's a great opportunity to have put this first. But in the meantime, I would go ahead and encourage my colleagues to support the deferral. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Sepulveda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilwoman Benedict just took the words out of my mouth. Councilmember O'Connell had suggested taking this out of order, but we decided to go this route and caused confusion. So I would ask y'all to support the deferral.
Councilmember Glover, you recognize.
Question.
All right, so Councilmember Glover has called the previous question on the deferral motion.
Is there anybody else in the queue?
The only person still left in the queue is Councilmember O'Connell. So, so I think we have to take the previous question. All right, so there's a, Councilmember Glover has called the previous question, so we're not voting on the deferral yet, we're just voting on whether we're ready to vote. All right, so we're on the previous.
Vice Mayor.
Is that Councilmember Glover?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir. Point of order, just very quickly. If Councilman O'Connell is the last in there, if I withdraw, I mean, I just don't want the hands to keep going up. So that was my reason for calling the question. So, well, Mr. Cooper, what's the proper way to handle this?
You can withdraw your motion, or we can take the vote on the previous question.
I'm going to stay with a previous question.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, that's okay. So we are voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question, again, we're not voting on the deferral motion, we're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. I got, it sounds like one no. Anybody else?
I'm a no.
Two. All right. Looks like it's 38 in favor, 2 against.
Point of order, Mr. President. I have to go back and look at either the rules or Robert's rules. Are you not able, as chair of the meeting, to take these out of order without objection?
Yeah, but I know there is going to be objection. So
okay.
not going to do it. So I mean, you just ask us to take it out.
I just wonder if, having heard the discussion, if people would reconsider.
Well, if I said without objection and people objected, that would be a problem. So, right. So the vote on the previous question is 38 for, 2 against. Mr. Cooper, you're recognized.
Voting aye, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg. Voting no, Mendez and O'Connell.
Okay. So 38 in favor, 2 against. Previous question prevails. We are on the deferral motion. I have a feeling that we may need to take a roll call, but we'll try by voice vote first, just to be sure. We are voting on a request by Councilmember O'Connell to defer Bill 2020-581 one meeting. That's what we're voting on. All those in favor, if you're for the deferral, you'd vote yes. If you're against the deferral, you vote no. All those in favor of the deferral, say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
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 All right. Madam Clerk, I can't tell. So we're going to call the roll. Hold on. Okay, so this is a motion to defer. I said it's one meeting. It's actually a motion to defer because it's the third deferral. It's a motion to defer indefinitely. Okay. All right. Any questions about what we're voting on? Okay. If you're for the motion, obviously, if you're for the deferral, you vote aye or yes. If you're against it, you're going to vote no. Madam Clerk, take the vote.
Mendez. Yes. Hurt.
Aye.
Allen,
Aye.
Glover,
No.
Suara,
Yes.
Hall,
No.
Toombs,
Aye.
Gamble,
Abstain.
Swope,
Councilmember Swope?
Parker,
Aye.
Withers,
No.
Benedict,
Aye.
Van Reese,
Aye.
Hancock,
Aye.
Young,
Aye.
Hager,
No.
Evans,
Aye.
Bradford,
No.
Roten,
Aye.
Syracuse,
Aye.
Welsh,
Aye.
Sledge,
Aye.
Cash,
Aye.
O'Connell,
Aye.
Roberts,
Aye.
Taylor,
Aye.
Hauser,
Aye.
Druffel,
No.
Murphy,
No.
Pulley,
No.
Johnston,
No.
Nash,
No.
Bircher,
Aye.
Porterfield,
Aye.
Sepulveda,
Aye.
Rutherford,
No.
Stiles,
No.
Lee,
No.
Councilmember Lee, Henderson,
No.
Rosenberg,
Aye.
checking with Councilmember Swope or Councilmember Lee.
Aye. Councilmember Swope is a no.
Councilmember Lee? All right, so the vote is 24 in favor of the deferral motion, 14 against, and 1 abstention. So the motion to defer one meeting, which becomes a motion to defer indefinitely, passes. All right, so we are now on BL 2020-582, Councilmember Johnston, Pulley, Nash, Rutherford, and Murphy. Ordinance amending Section 13.08.080 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws pertaining to the use of license plate scanner technology in the public rights of way. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have had a lot of discussion about LPRs starting way back in October with Council Lady Stiles. First bill,
Councilmember Johnston?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendez has raised a point of order.
That's right. I need committee reports. I'm so sorry. So committee reports, please.
Public safety, I've got Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public safety had no recommendation. 5 in favor, 5 against.
Okay. And Councilmember Nash, Public Works.
Public Works recommended passage as amended, 7 in favor, 3 against.
Okay. All right, back to you, Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So again, we've been talking about this for months now. We've had multiple committee meetings and community meetings. Thank you to all of those council members that have put those on. We've taken into account the concerns that we have heard from different council members, from community members, and we've really tried to address all of those within this policy. I'm happy about the amendments that we have put together. And so with that, I would like to move the first amendment that was the collaborative amendment.
Okay, so let's make sure we're on it. So we're on the bill. We're on Bill 2020-582. So you all stay with us because there's a number of amendments on it. So Councilmember Johnston has moved amendment number 1, properly seconded. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized on the amendment. It's in your amendment packet. Councilmember Johnston?
Yeah. Yes, you started breaking up.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Committee report, please.
All right, so they probably already were incorporated into the committee report, so now you're just on your amendment, okay?
So, okay, as amended. Okay, perfect. And I'd like to yield the floor to any of the other council members that contributed to this. It was very collaborative. I appreciate everyone's input. I think it makes 582 much more well-rounded. It addresses even further some concerns that people have about transparency, about privacy, and about limiting the scope that we would be using LPRs. And so my contribution to it was to limit the retention time from 30 days to 10 days. It allowed for the district attorney as well as the public defender to have access to the data and the access records to make sure that the policy is being followed, just added transparency. And from there, I would prefer to have the other council members that contributed to it speak to their contribution.
All right, so I'm going to go through the list. Councilmember Stiles, your hand is up. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I believe that this amendment, speaking to what Councilmember Johnston just started, this has been very collaborative. I think it's a very good middle ground between where we started with 582 and the substitute that's being proposed by Councilmember Rosenberg. This really does deal with our ability to address safety concerns as well as being able to address privacy and surveillance concerns. So within this amendment, we very clearly delineate what we will use it for. So criminal offenses, we're including reckless driving, identifying stolen vehicles and plates, prosecuting violent crime, including homicide and assault, as well as what we won't use it for, which is expired tags, repossessed vehicles, uninsured drivers. We're also requiring that there's a two-step verification process, and the first scan justifies the search. The second justifies the action of the search. Officers must verify that the hot list and the plate that they're seeing match before they're able to engage anyone in any vehicle, as well as the audit log that's within equipment. They have to physically log any activity that they do in the NCIC system, which is the criminal database, so that we have two-step verification factors. If someone tampers with the data or tampers with the equipment, it is punishable up to $10,000, as well as it could be a Class C felony on their record. We are also requiring that the LPRs be placed equally across the city and on major and collector streets. And the officers are looking in real time for this information. So we're making sure that all of that has been updated every single day before they begin to use it. This amendment also includes 2 council members with our approval would have access to the audit logs, as well as 1 member from the COB, as well as the district attorney or public offender would be able to verify if anything had been done inappropriately with the data or the equipment. As Councilmember Johnston said, this only holds data for 10 days. This particular point is very important because if we're using the LPRs for a variety of uses to be able to not only maintain people's privacy, but also address crime, 3 minutes that's in the substitute is just not adequate enough time. And so to be able to hold that data, and if an officer needs to come back and pull that to do the proper investigation to be able to make the case, then we need to be able to provide them with that opportunity. I am proposing that this is a 6-month pilot. Within that pilot, we would receive reports every 2 months. And prior to the end of the 6 months, we would receive a final report, which would give us time to go over the data. You'll see that there is an amendment coming up, Amendment 3, I believe. is mine. At the end of the 6 months, it would end, and we would possibly then continue the program through resolution. So please consider that amendment.
All right, Councilmember Stiles, your time just
Almost
ended.
done?
Your time is done. All right?
Oh,
So
okay.
I need to go to
I have one more
Councilmember.
point.
Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Council Members Johnston and Stiles, for kind of summarizing what this collaborative amendment does. As it was stated earlier, we've had at least 6 special called public safety, public works, joint meetings, separate meetings, community meetings to discuss this as a council, in addition to individual meetings held by council members in their districts with their constituents to discuss this issue. And in those meetings, several issues and concerns came up. And this amendment speaks to those concerns regarding location. That's why we have in this amendment that there will be a deployment policy that restricts the placement of license plate readers on fixed posts only on major and collector streets. There was a concern that certain neighborhoods would be targeted, particularly our minority, Black and brown communities, which have been historically targeted. But this amendment addresses that by restricting the use of these or deployment of these cameras on fixed posts in neighborhoods and restricts it to major and collector streets so that the individuals who live in communities that have high crimes are victims of those crimes. And in many cases, people come from outside of the community into those communities to commit those crimes, but the community themselves are then victimized by over-policing. This is not that. There's a safeguard in place so that we're not over-policing or victimizing, again, vulnerable communities. Also, data retention, as Councilmember Stiles mentioned, the data retention safeguards and measures to make sure that we're only keeping data 10 days, no more than 10 days. And data for a license plate is only being pulled if that license plate is identified on a hot list for a crime. Otherwise, the data is being discarded and no one ever knows what license plate is in there because no one is looking at license plates or all the license plates on the daily basis. And also data sharing restrictions there that Councilmember Stiles outlined. And lastly, accountability, the accountability of making sure that there are reports, bi-monthly reports that we'll get on the usage of the license plate readers, how they have been effective or not. And we're able to, within this 6-month pilot, decide if we need to move forward, if we need to make changes, if there are some kind of reprimands or anything that need to be done in regarding the use. So we have taken a lot of time and a lot of effort in reaching out to many groups, the community, many human rights and relations groups, and others to make sure that we're putting in the necessary safeguards and measures so that we can effectively prevent, solve, and mitigate crimes in our area with this technology. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Gamble. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Can you come back to me after we've disposed of the amendment, please, Vice Mayor?
After the amendment? After we voted on the amendment?
After we voted on the amendment, yes, please.
Okay. All right. I've got Councilmember Evans. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I do have a question on the amendment. So in the section where it talks about Metro is not allowed to retain PII and Metro can't sell or share LPR information, et cetera. And then the section at the very bottom where it says devices will be procured pursuant to requirements of the Metro Procurement Code. When we talk about this, like sharing PII and that level of detail, I don't know enough about the procurement process to know the answer to this. Do vendors or other partners, once they go through that procurement process, would they then be held to the same standard about selling data and how they retain data under this process? And also, not just them, but any of their providers or subcontractors?
Yes, ma'am. Those provisions would be, assuming this passes with this language, those provisions would be built into whatever contract we have with a vendor. So the same data policies that we have would be applicable to the contractors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Evans. So I've got Councilmember Sledge. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Listening to the description of this amendment, something brought a lot of alarm toward me, which was, I think, an attempt toward equity that the co-sponsors were mentioning about posting these on major and collector streets. And as a representative of a district that has several major and collector streets, I started thinking back about how we have been planning our city over the last several years and how we have been encouraging density on these very streets, these major and collector streets. And as I look at the major collector street plan, geographically, major and collector streets are not equitably distributed throughout the county. So it brings me a lot of pause to know that I may be representing a district that will actually be over-policed in this sense because of the presence of major and collector streets. And not only that the planning processes that we have undertaken in recent years, and quite frankly, many of us have encouraged, will actually put a disproportionate number of our constituents within our district at greater interaction with these LPRs than someone who lives in a less dense district and someone who lives in a district with fewer major and collector streets. While I appreciate the thought process that's gone through on this, I have to tell you, I think we're setting ourselves up for a very inequitable enforcement of LPRs, and I cannot support this amendment. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Council Member. I've got Councilmember Welsh. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I appreciate all the work that has gone into this bill and all of these amendments, but I still have grave concerns. Many of the safeguards that are in this amendment, including audits and things like that, the negative action that comes from LPRs, all of this is after the fact. People's rights being violated has already occurred when you get to the audit. People being racially profiled has already occurred after you get to this audit. And that is simply not an acceptable thing, I think, for us as a city. I appreciate all that Councilmember Stiles was talking about, but, you know, she mentioned that the idea of 3 minutes that was contained in Councilmember Rosenberg's substitute for this bill is too much. But, you know, police have taken very negative and even fatal action in 30 seconds, much less 33 minutes. So I just feel like expanding this kind of what I consider to be a surveillance state with LPRs is not a good thing for this community. It's not something that we need. I think it is going to negatively impact our most vulnerable communities. And none of these things make me feel more comfortable with approving this bill and making this the policy of this city, because I feel that ultimately, as we weigh pros and cons, this is a net negative for our most vulnerable citizens in this community. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to say thank you to the sponsor, to the ones who have worked on the amendment, et cetera, because I do believe that they've gone above and beyond to look at every aspect of it. And so therefore, I'm going to be supporting this because I do think they've done their due diligence, and I appreciate the effort that has gone into this. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wanted to say that I appreciate the work that went into the amendment, but unfortunately it's not enough. I think the bill started too broadly, and then this is an attempt to make it as good as possible. In one of the meetings, the lead sponsor says that she actually used language from the substitute to draft the amendment, which means that the bill itself is looking at the substitute for some of the answers. Not only that, the original bill also have the language of any department any department now or in the future can decide to use LPRs or use a contractor to use LPR. And so now that there's focus on the police department and parking and all of that, and this substitute or this amendment is looking at fixing those, what about in the future with any department in the original bill? So I think that there is an action to fix it, but it started very broad, and what is being done is still not enough. And I would ask everyone to please not support the amendment or the bill itself. I also want to say that in all the meetings that's been had, there's also, with the amendment and some of the information, not everybody's been listened to, not all the opinions have been heard. I had meetings with the Muslim community. Every time it came up, I sent a letter, it was not read. I tried to speak in public works today, I wasn't allowed to. And there was misinformation about the Muslim community, about ACLU, using to perpetuate the support for this bill and all the amendments, which are not correct. Speaking to one person does not represent the Muslim community. I had meetings with the leadership, and everybody is saying that we're not in support of broad use of LPRs. And so while I appreciate all this that is being put in it, it's not enough. I think the substitute is a better one because it's a middle ground, but this one is just too far-reaching. And if everyone wants to listen to the people that are impacted the most, listen to the public defender, listen to ACLU, listen to all the communities that are speaking up and saying that this is too broad. It's just too broad. And you might amend it now, but what about in the future? And so I recommend voting against this and the bill itself. Thank you.
Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I want to speak in support of the amendment. You hear a lot in the discussion, the impact on minority communities. Well, District 2 is a majority Black district. And what I hear a lot from my constituents are requests for extra patrols. Can we get cameras on our streets? People are speeding up and down the streets. There are children out here. It's not safe. There are concerns about public safety. And what I also hear from my constituents is that if we lived in another part of town, if we were a different color, if we were more affluent, our requests would be granted. We would get the extra patrols. We would get the cameras. So I think that this amendment strikes a balance. Obviously, there's a plethora of data out there that shows that in terms of law enforcement, there's been a disproportionately negative impact on minority communities. There's no disputing that, but I think that this amendment strikes a balance where, for me, as a district council person of a majority Black district, I can listen to the concerns of my constituents and address those, as well as attempt to protect against there being a disproportionately negative impact to minority communities. So I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
All right. I've got Councilmember Nash. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. A couple of points. This is a license plate reader, and it doesn't know if you're white or if you're Black, or if you're red or yellow. It doesn't know if you're rich or poor. It does know maybe if you're driving a stolen car. So if you're not violating the law, haven't been put in the system, it's not going to affect you. And then that's if such a program is implemented. And I want to remind my colleagues, as I did in Public Works, this particular bill does not put one camera or one software to activate license plate readers in the police cars. It is an enabling legislation. The chief of police, if he decides to incorporate LPRs, or if the health department decides to incorporate LPRs, they've got to come back to council to get the contracts approved. We'll have a chance to see what kind of program they're going to implement. I personally trust this chief of police to implement a program that will be acceptable to our community and work with this council and the community members that they're going to be helping make safer. So I hope you'll support this amendment and support this bill.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sepulveda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think it's important to state for the record the organizations that have come out against this legislation, which is the ACLU, the NAACP, the Public Defender's Office, American Muslim Advisory Council, API Middle Tennessee, Casa de la Cultura Latinoamérica, Conexión Américas, movements including X, the Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition, Workers' Dignity, and I think I'm missing some, but I don't have my whole email in front of me. I think it's important to listen to community voices that represent large portions of this city. You know, we're coming into a time where many of Nashvillians around my age have been exposed to surveillance in all platforms. We grew up on the internet. This is who we are. And, you know, a lot of people do have concerns about this. And this isn't something that can be rushed, and it shouldn't be rushed. You know, there has been a lot of misinformation about who supports this and who doesn't. And I think a lot of the correspondence that you all have received in the last few days speaks to that. I do have some concerns about, with all due respect, with my fellow council members who sit on a nonprofit board that is looking to push this and potentially fund this. I don't know if you receive any type of compensation. I would assume that you don't. But I just want to make sure that we're clear on that, because it can potentially become a something that you might have to abstain on in the future. So I'll leave you with that. And I would urge you not to support the substitute or the bill.
Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I do want to comment on a few of these things. First of all, I want to thank the chairs and sponsors of the bills and the amendments for their leadership as we've had engaged in a robust discussion centered around this issue for months now. And so I don't think in any way, shape, or form this process has been rushed. If anything, we've certainly taken our time. But I also thank them for allowing the community to be engaged to the extent that they have been in this discussion as we seek to better address public safety in our community. You know, one of the many things that comes up in these discussions is the fact that there are clearly differing ways that we view how to address public safety. And I think it's very important to hear these perspectives, and I appreciate my colleagues who see this important issue different than I do. It's also important that we also understand this bill and the facts surrounding this bill and the substitute and separate that from inflammatory rhetoric and misleading information, which we've had on both sides of this issue as well. You know, there's a lot of stuff that's written into bills that's very misleading about the potential consequences of this. I do want to point out that of all the hypothetical things that have been put out there that could be potential problems with this bill, what evidence have we seen of that? I mean, we've received emails from people who cite examples very isolated in nature, as far away as California, as examples of potential consequences. And let's also remember that there are thousands of these cameras deployed in cities very close to us, progressive cities like Atlanta, and all over the state of New York and New York City. And I haven't seen a single example presented to us of any of these systemic abuses from police departments that come from these license plate reader cameras. So I would ask that we, you know, certainly, I certainly don't want to assume in any way, shape, or form that our police department would misuse. What these are is simply license plate reader cameras to take a snapshot of a government-issued license plate. And, that's not a surveillance camera in the traditional sense of that word. So I think it's actually misleading to use that in the ways my opponents do. So anyway, this gives us a tool that we can take a look at, and we've got a sunset provision in one of these amendments that would allow us to come back and revisit this issue. Allow the police department to do what they can to keep us safe. And with that, I urge people to support this bill. And although I do have some concerns about the amendment, I will support this as well. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Pulley. I've got Councilmember Porterfield. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate all the hard work that my colleagues and myself have done to work on this legislation, and I appreciate the very meaningful dialogue that we're having. And it is a very complex issue, and for many individuals, this could potentially be a case of life or death. And one of our colleagues made the point that a camera doesn't know, if the person's black, white, red, or yellow, or whatever other colors of the rainbow were used. And that's absolutely correct. A camera capturing a license plate may not, but what we do know is that historically and systemically, we see that minorities and people of color have, at a disproportionate rate, have different interactions with law enforcement. And as much as we would like to think and say that things could never happen here in Nashville, we say that everywhere until it happens. And until it happens, everyone thinks that it couldn't happen in their city. And before Jaquez Clemens and before Daniel Hambrick, people thought, things couldn't happen here in Nashville. But the reality is incidents happen all over the country, and minorities are disproportionately impacted by traffic stops. So we do have to take these things into consideration. We do have to consider how this is going to impact all of our communities. I agree, all across the city. We all want to be safe. Similar to what Councilmember Toombs said, all of our constituents want to be safe. They want to be safe in their neighborhoods. They don't want people speeding. They don't want crime. The question is, will providing license plate readers make communities safer? And with the amount of concern that we've heard from the community, that we've heard from ACLU, from the NAACP, from pastors in the community, from community organizations, the amount of concern that we've heard, people want to be safe, but people do not want to be surveilled. And with LPRs having, I believe, and I think Councilmember Rosenberg can correct me if I'm wrong, with about a third of the hits on LPRs being incorrect, 1 in 3 LPR hits could be wrong. And for some individuals, that is the difference between life or death. So I would just urge my colleagues to seriously think about the implications of expanding LPR use in our city. We heard overwhelmingly during the budget last year, we heard cries from communities. I believe we were up to, almost 6 a.m. Because our meeting went so long, because we heard from so many people that cried out and said, we have to look at public safety differently in our community.
Councilmember Porterfield, your time is up.
My time is up. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. As a black man in America, I am the most targeted, hunted, surveilled thing walking. And I have never been in a community meeting where someone did not want, or the majority of people did not want, more police presence. Until we fully fund education, until we put our dollars and cents in economic development and in housing in these communities, crime is going to continue to be an issue. If we're so concerned about disproportionately impacted communities, let that be reflected in how we spend money in the budget. I have multiple communities who wholly support this legislation. They are the ones who are calling. They are the ones who are in fear. They are the ones most impacted. And it's the same way throughout the city. So I'm not going to jump up and down and get excited about what far group that makes money off of an argument one side or the other, sending letters in of support. At the end of the day, we are far short of our mark for law enforcement. We do not take care of the things that we need to take care of. And so we need to focus this energy on giving people a substitute for that actual police presence until we get it. The communities like mine throughout my district, and like the ones you've seen at multiple council meetings representing the Haynes Park group, who went out and raised money and bought their own cameras and had them installed throughout the community, and I've got others doing the same. Those are the folks that we need to be talking about. Those are the folks that need to be supported. So I'm going to support this legislation, and I hope that we can turn this energy, like I said, where it needs to be, and focus on real economic development, job creation, because big companies coming to town with jobs aren't for native Nashvillians, and we focus on education. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Point of order, Mr. President. Are we not on the amendment?
We are.
Yeah, we're on the amendment.
Are we going to require that people speak on the amendment?
Councilmember, the amendment helps make the bill, so they're talking about.
Okay.
We got a lot of people in the queue.
Well, that was that point of order. That was my concern as well, Mr. President, because I've heard substitute, I've heard amendment, I've heard bill. So I'm not exactly sure where we are. I'm just not sure.
That's okay.
Where we are.
Councilmember Hurt, you're actually the next person I was calling on. So do you want to ask?
I raised my point of order because we could probably have a discussion on the subject.
Hold on. You don't have the floor, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Hurt has the floor. Don't talk over her. She's got the floor. Councilmember Hurt, back to you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I was just indicating that I was not sure where we were because I've heard amendment, I've heard bill, and I've heard substitute. And I know that I had submitted an amendment and I was trying to wait for the appropriate time for me to speak, but it seems like, all of it is just going together like a vegetable stew. So
all right, well,
I just need some direction.
You got some vegetable stew. Do you want?
I've got an empty bowl.
Do you want Mr. Cooper to explain kind of where we are? Would that help? We're on amendment number 1. It's an amendment by Councilmember Stiles, Johnson, Gamble, and others. We're on the bill. We're on, let me get the right bill number. We're on BL 2020-582, but we're on amendment number 1. And amendment number 1 helps make the bill. That's why we're allowing people to talk about this.
Point of order, the amendment is not necessary if the bill gets substituted.
Councilmember O'Connell, we knew that people were going to want to talk about this bill, so we're going to let them talk about it. So, Councilmember Hurt, again, you have the floor. What would you like to do?
So again, I'm not sure if it's appropriate at this particular time because I actually like several things that's in the amendment to strengthen the bill itself. I did propose an amendment about the pilot program, and that was really my intent. But the pilot program that Councilmember Stiles has proposed, I believe, is a better proposal for the pilot program. So I'm willing to withdraw or not bring that to the floor. But I do think that the substitute that Councilmember Rosenberg has offered, I believe, brings the kind of balance that we need. I know that Nikki Holbert probably would have something to say right now if she could in terms of the license plate reader on that black Camaro that she was driving, because the warrants that were against that Camaro did not belong to her, but she's not here to say so right now. And I too have been in those communities and worked in the communities for 20 plus years, where I know that people do want a safe and aesthetically pleasing community. But I do believe that we've heard from too many people in the community who has some concerns about the bill as it stands. So I want us to provide the very best policy that we possibly can in this. And I think that the substitute is our best option, because we won't be able to roll back anything from the bill itself, where we will be able to add more to the substitute. So I am offering that as my support of the substitute, and if I do need to support the amendment on this particular part, I do support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. So obviously, I'm going through the list of people who haven't spoken yet. Councilmember Withers, I don't think you've spoken yet on this bill. You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. I've been listening to a lot of the discussion that we've had for a while. I know that one of my colleagues referenced the officer-involved shooting of Jacquees Clemens. That happened while I was serving as the District 6 council member during the last term. That was a complicated case, certainly. I did have an opportunity to meet with the Department of Justice at that time, who did some community outreach. That case was also investigated by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. It was brought to Attorney General Funk, and I believe that Attorney General Funk decided that there was not probable cause to bring charges against the officer at that time. All that's been very, very documented, and really all that is to say is that the Jacquees Clemens case was very complicated. It was very complicated for the Casey community. However, I'm not certain what it has to do with license plate readers in this particular case. So I want to set that aside. But what I do want to say is that my Casey residents do live in an environment in which they feel like they are sitting ducks for people who drive cars into their community and shoot at them. And I know at a recent meeting I got a little emotional about that, because I have been to many, many instances in which children are traumatized and in tears because people have driven into their community and shot their sibling or their child. And that is very emotional for my Casey families, who are sitting there victims of people driving into their neighborhood and shooting at them and their children. And what LPRs give us in terms of technology that cameras don't, is that the way that it works right now with cameras is that MDHA does have a system of cameras, but they're not manned cameras. And so if the police happen to know that someone is coming into that community for some reason, they can call over to MDHA. Someone kind of jumps behind it in the camera in a secured room, and then, can say, well, we see the person and this is where they're at. But that is all dependent upon, time and circumstance, and do we know that something is coming? And sometimes that does help to identify a suspect accurately, so that we're not just having the police pull everyone over. You can sort of identify. But those are very limited circumstances in which that works. What the license plate readers would allow is it would allow for, if police identify one of these vehicles that is associated with a suspect or is identified as being driven, or a passenger in that car having committed a violent crime against communities such as the Casey homes, we would be able to know with some degree of probability where they went in order to apprehend them again. So again, like even in the last couple of months, I've had 2 drive-by shootings in the Casey homes, and I believe that the license plate reader technology would help hopefully to dissuade that activity, but also to be able to apprehend the folks who are perpetrating gun violence on my KC residents. So I believe that generally is one of why generally I'm interested in this, but I believe that the amendment that is being brought, Amendment 1, which we're on, I believe that it has made substantial progress at resolving some of the privacy concerns that I've heard from some members of the community and other council members.
Councilmember Withers, your 4 minutes ran out, so I have to stop you.
I'm in support of the amendment. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Henderson, you're next.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I joined Councilor Gamble and Toombs and Stiles and Councilman Taylor and Councilwoman Johnson in co-sponsoring Amendment 1. I have done my best to attend all the meetings that have been convened, and I want to especially thank Councilwoman Gamble for coordinating those, and then as well the special committees in Public Works. I absolutely also hear my colleagues' concerns and the community concerns. But I do want to remind folks that Amendment 1 is a comprehensive amendment responding to those concerns that have been elevated through these meetings. And so if you do, colleagues, still have continuing concerns and, the organizations with which, you've communicated do, this bill is on second reading. And we're talking about an amendment that received the recommendation of the Public Works Committee 10-1. And so, this is a comprehensive amendment. We've got 2 more weeks to continue to discuss this. And this program or the legislation conceives of this as a time-limited pilot. That's also responsive to community concern. Because I absolutely hear and feel as well the concerns of Councilman Rosenberg and Councilman O'Connell that, is this a Pandora's box? When we have looked at things like this as a council body that are very complicated, are emotionally, a lot of emotion around it and a lot of kind of just technical complexity and are affecting the whole entire county. That is absolutely the time when we need to, slow down, have a lot of meetings, which we have done, and listen and amend. And, I think with this amendment, again, with a 10-1 recommendation, this program conceived as a pilot to get the data. Again, so the concerns that the community has or that your constituents have, when we get to the end of this pilot, we can look, how was the data used? What were the stops? You're going to be able to advance this conversation or say, you know what, gosh, this was not what we thought it was going to do. And thus, we can stop it. Amendment 3 in concert with this conceives a hard stop sunset on this. And I support that amendment as well. So in concert with Amendment 1, that really gives us, a confined time with very particular prescriptions to get the data and the analysis that we need to be fully responsive to community concerns. Again, we're on second reading. This is a recommended and comprehensive amendment with multiple colleagues, and I would encourage you to support it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Hager, you're recognized.
Call the question.
Councilmember Hager has called the previous question. We're going to vote on the previous question. We're not voting on the amendment. We're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
I heard a sneeze, but I didn't hear no. Previous question prevails. All right, so we are on amendment number 1 on BL 2020-582. So remember, we are going to vote on amendment number 1. So, Madam Clerk, because I'm not even sure if it's worth taking a voice vote, we're going to call the roll. All right, so again, let me make sure everybody's clear where we are. We are on BL 2020-582 by Council Members Johnston, Pulley, Nash, and others. Ordinance amending Section 13.08.080 of the code to pertain to the use of license plate scanner technology in the public right-of-ways. Amendment number 1 was moved by Councilmember Johnston. It's been properly seconded. That's what we've been discussing. So we're voting on approval of amendment number 1. If you're for amendment number 1, you'll vote yes. If you're against it, you will vote no. Madam Clerk, are you ready to take the vote?
Yes, sir.
All right, take the vote.
Mendez. No. Hurt.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Glover.
Yes.
Suara.
No.
Hall.
Yes.
Toombs.
Aye.
Gamble.
Aye.
Swope. Parker.
No.
Withers.
Yes.
Benedict.
No.
Van Reese.
No.
Hancock.
Yes.
Young.
Aye.
Hager.
Yes.
Evans.
Yes.
Bradford.
Aye.
Roten.
Aye.
Syracuse.
Yes.
Welsh.
No.
Sledge.
Nope.
Cash.
Yes.
O'Connell.
No.
Roberts.
No.
Taylor.
Aye.
Hauser.
Yes.
Druffel.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Pulley.
Yes.
Johnston.
Yes.
Nash.
Yes.
Vercher.
No.
Porterfield.
No.
Sepulveda.
No.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Stiles.
Most certainly.
Lee.
Yes. We're wondering.
Henderson.
Yes.
Rosenberg.
No.
And checking again with Councilmember Swope.
Councilmember Swope?
He was having trouble with his audio before. I think he's on his phone called in.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
I'm
can.
a yes.
Councilmember Swope, we can hear you. Councilmember Swope?
All right, thank you.
Votes yes.
27-13.
Okay. All right, so on the amendment number 1, yes is 27, no's 13. Amendment number 1 passes. All right, so the proper way to proceed is I go back to the sponsor of the bill, which is Councilmember Johnston, but I'm going to recognize Councilmember Rosenberg after that because he has to be recognized, but I go back to the sponsor of the bill. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. In order to keep it clean, I would like to move Amendment 3, which addresses the pilot that we have discussed multiple times. Amendment 2, I believe, is not going to be moved by either myself or the sponsor, or the lead sponsor, Council Lady Hurt. So I'd like to move that amendment, please.
All right, so there's a motion to move amendment number 3 that's properly seconded. Mr. Cooper, I know where the amendment is. We've got the amendment number 3 in front of us, but Councilmember Hurt had said she wasn't going to move amendment number 2. Is it okay to ask her at this point whether she plans to move it just to make sure we're clear?
You can confirm that, but she did say that in committee.
Councilmember Hurt, just to make sure I'm clear what's happening on this one so we keep up with it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm looking for you. Where are you? Yeah.
No, I do not plan to move the amendment 2.
Okay, so amendment number 2 is going to be taken off the table. So we're on amendment number 3. That's been properly seconded. I'm going to go to Councilmember Johnston first, and then I'll go to Councilmember Rosenberg. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. Again, addressing the concerns and the needs of council and the community, putting a pilot program or requiring a pilot program, I think is the responsible thing to do and respectful of people's concerns so that we can make sure that we get it right, so that we can make sure that it is helping with public safety, that the policies are being followed. The only difference really in the two amendments was the amendment that I've moved, which is not mine, but I support it, requires a resolution to continue the program. The default is that the pilot, at the end of the pilot program, it ends unless we choose to continue it. And so a lot of people felt like that was more transparent from a procedural perspective. I agree with that. And so I fully support this amendment. Again, I think this is just something else that makes 582 more collaborative and comprehensive as it relates to people's concerns and needs. And so I hope that you will support this pilot amendment.
Okay, so you've heard explanation. There's a motion and a second. So I've got hands up from before. I'm going to go to Councilmember Rosenberg. If you want to speak on this amendment, put your hands up. But some of you may have had it up from before. That's why I'm just checking. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll continue to wait until this amendment is dealt with, please.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd just like to encourage my colleagues to vote for this amendment. This was previously in the initial iteration of my first amendment, and so we broke it out so we could give options, but I'm glad that we whittled it down to just this one. I think this is good. The pilot ends, it's a very clean break, and then we discuss the outcome of all of the data we've collected in 6 months, and we determined if it's working, if it's not working, if there's room for improvement, and then we can do a resolution to move forward. Okay. So I thank you very much for your support.
Thank you, Councilmember. I've got Councilmember Glover. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Hey, I just want to tell everybody, thank you, because it seems like that we are actually working together to come to a solution. And I am just grateful that we're working in this vein, and it's a good thing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized.
Thank you. I guess I'm curious about the difference between the pilot program and the 6-month window on it. And I guess I'm curious how much technology are we going to have or buy for what could be 6 months? And I have another question after that.
I think I need to go ahead to the sponsor of the amendment if that's what you're looking for. Councilmember Johnston or Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized. One of the two. Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes. So, is the question in regards to if the information that was in Amendment 2 versus what's in Amendment 3, but we're no longer voting on Amendment 2. No. So it's just a 6-month pilot.
My question is, if we make this a pilot program, how much are we going to spend on technology that possibly at the end of 6 months we can't use anymore?
So going through the regular process, as it states in the amendment, to do the procurement process, I think it's a conversation to have actually with MMPD to determine where they want to place these as to how many we would have in order to, determine how much we would have to spend on the equipment.
Okay, that's not as specific as I'd like, but that I understand. And
I'm happy to take a stab at it because I think I can probably speak, Vice Mayor, if that's okay.
Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. So I think the question is, what would we spend possibly for 6 months, and then if it goes away, we've spent money on technology we're not going to use. Is that correct?
Yes.
Councilman Cash, sort of where you, okay. So I think that would be handled in the procurement. Yes. Okay. So I think that would be handled in the procurement process, so that would be communicated to any of these vendors that would be interested in putting into for an RFQ, understanding that it may go away. And so I would think, and I'm not 100%, but I would think that it would be something where payment would be deferred until we know that we're going to keep them past the pilot program or not. That I think everybody would be on the same page with that as far as the different vendors. But again, that would be handled in procurement. We're just handling policy at this point.
Gotcha. And the 6 months time clock, and I guess this would go back to reports and the other thing, but we're not on that amendment. But the 6 months begins when they're being utilized, not from when the bill passes, or right?
Vice Mayor?
Councilmember Stiles?
Yes. The answer to your question is yes. Not until they are placed. That's when the 6 months start.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Cash. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thanks to all my colleagues who've been working on this stuff. My question might be for Director Cooper. I'm not really sure, but I'm just, throughout the Metro Code, I don't see a lot of examples of this kind of like operations level direction about like reporting and a program lasting X number of days and whatnot. So is this, Director Cooper, is this typical? I mean, usually, I guess my question is, usually we would put like a sunset provision into some legislation that would require council action to continue authorization of those parts of the code. Director Cooper, are there other examples of where this sort of like, I might not be using the best terminology here, but this like operational language and direction is in the code?
There are a number of sunset provisions, as you indicated, and there are varying levels of, I would say, policy setting in legislation. There are some ordinances that delegate most of the policy setting to the department to come up with this type of kind of specific policy matter that's stated here in the bill as amended. There are others that are somewhat like this. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I could find them if I did some research, but I would say that the most of the time the council tends to delegate the in-depth policy setting stuff to the departments.
Okay.
Councilmember Parker?
Yes, thank you, Director Cooper. Okay, yeah, I'll quit talking and listen to the discussion here. But I do wonder if just maybe a straight sunset provision would make more sense here if we were going to be interested in sort of a trial run. But I do thank my colleagues for working so hard on this. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is Councilmember Benedict, and my question is in regards to the cost. So in all the months that we've been working on this, I don't see any fiscal note in the analysis. So do we, Councilmember Cash was speaking a little bit about this, but what is the anticipated cost for however many of these we're going to put on all of these streets throughout the city?
Mr. Cooper?
We don't have, there's no fiscal note because this is just setting a policy and it doesn't purchase any cameras. So at the time that the police department decides to implement it and, wants to use 4% funds to purchase the equipment or to lease it, however they want to do it, then we would obviously have the fiscal note at that point. But we don't have enough information yet.
Thank you. This is Emily. This is Councilwoman Benedict. A follow-up on that is that funding, will that have to come before the council as a resolution?
If 4% funds are used, then yes, that would be a resolution submitted to council. If they pay for it out of their operating budget, then it would not. But ordinarily, equipment like this is purchased using 4% funds.
All right, this is Councilmember Benedict. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just needed some clarification. I want to make sure that I'm understanding the point that Councilmember Johnson made. My interpretation of what was just stated sounded as though a vendor would possibly be lending us equipment to use for 6 months in the event that we don't continue with the pilot, and then we will be returning used equipment. And I just want to clarify to see if I understood that correctly, or maybe I misunderstood. And I also wanted to know if we have any reason to believe that to be true. You know, did we get anything from a vendor that said they would go into that type of agreement? Is this simply speculation? I would just appreciate some clarity around that.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. I honestly, that was just saying how I would think that it would happen, but I have absolutely no idea. That would be totally handled in procurement. Right now, we are discussing policy, period. Not anything having to do with enacting this. This is enabling policy. If we were to use this, how are we going to use this, period? So I have no idea how it would be handled for the 6-month pilot program. That's not really what we address at this point. We don't have a fiscal note. We have no idea what this is going to cost or how it's going to be paid for. We are simply dealing with policy at this point.
Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you so very much, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that was clarified, because I don't want it to sound as though I don't know anyone that would allow use of something expensive like equipment, like cameras, technology that could get damaged and then allow us to use it for 6 months and then, return it back without a cost. So I just wanted to make sure that was clarified so that we could know if that was a conversation that was actually had or if that was just a speculation. So thank you so very much. I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Mendez.
Call the question.
Councilmember Mendez has called the previous question. We're voting on the previous question, not on the amendment, just on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Looks like it's 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye, amendments heard Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Sowsley, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, so the vote is 44, 0 against in terms of the previous question. So previous question prevails. We are on amendment number 3, okay? We're voting on amendment number 3. So if you are for amendment number 3, you would vote aye. If you're against, you would vote no. We'll try this one by voice vote. Again, if you're for amendment number 3, vote aye. If you're against it, vote no. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Amendment number 3 passes. 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye, amendments heard Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Sowsley, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, 40 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections to that? All right. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. I don't know if I can move approval of 582 as amended.
So you can do that. So Councilmember Johnston has moved approval of 582 as amended, properly seconded.
Second.
Okay. Back to you, Councilmember Johnston.
I'd move approval and ask for everyone's support on this incredibly collaborative effort that will impact public safety in a positive way, and help the police where we are suffering because we don't have enough police officers. This will make our community safer, all of us. I ask for your approval.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, if I have an amendment and a substitute, if I move the amendment, do you come back to me after the vote on that? Or do I kind of need to choose between the amendment and the substitute?
No, I can. So I know that you've got it. Her motion is relevant, but you can move your amendment, and then you can also move your substitute. So I'll come back to you.
Okay, so you come back to me after the vote on the amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, well, I'd like to move Amendment 4, Mr. President. Amendment 4 simply states that if the policies that have been described by the sponsors this evening are violated, and that finding is made by a majority of the District Attorney General, the Public Defender, and the COB Chair, if their determination shows that those policies have been violated, that we will immediately, that the council will pass a resolution to cease the LPR program. A lot of stock is being put into these policies, and under the proposed bill, literally millions of records are going to be sucked up. And this simply says that we're not going to keep doing it if the policies are being ignored. There's some language in the bill that says, you know, you're not allowed to do this, and we'll do this to you if you do this, but none of that makes the people that we represent whole in any way. So I move approval of Amendment 4.
Okay, so I got a motion to approve properly seconded. We got people in the queue. Let's see, I had Councilmember Benedict. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is Councilmember Benedict. I appreciate the sponsor's amendment here, and I just wanted to voice my support of it. I think it's well, he basically said it all. So I hope that my colleagues will support it as well.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Benedict. Councilmember, I'm trying to move around. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too support the amendment that has been presented by the sponsor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. This amendment is really sort of addressed in both of the amendments that just passed to 582. And yes, I did take part of the language from Councilman Rosenberg's substitute, because while I disagree with it, there was this one part that I liked, and I felt like it added to the transparency. And so in section whatever F, it does give the DA and the public defender the ability to examine these records and make sure that the policies are being followed, and they can let us know that they have not been, and we have the ability to by resolution in the program. Additionally, the pilot program is basically a sunset that we just passed, so we have the ability to make sure that the policies have been followed, that everyone is doing what they're supposed to be doing. So we already have this. So Amendment 4 is redundant to what we have just passed. Additionally, to have the majority of 3 entities, 2 of which have already spoken against it, and give them an opportunity to look for a reason. For example, if we were to have 1 more camera in quadrant 1 versus 2, 3, and 4, instead of correcting it and have the ability to correct it, this amendment would give the ability to completely scratch the entire program, no questions asked, it's over with, pull the LPRs, it's over with. So it's a little bit shooting ourselves in the foot, but again, as far as the content and the what this amendment is trying to do, it's already been addressed in multiple ways with the amendment, with the underlying language of 582 as it was first presented, and with Amendment 3 as well. So I encourage my colleagues to vote against this amendment.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Johnston. I've got Councilmember Pulley. Councilmember Pulley?
Councilmember Johnson addressed the one point I wanted to make, which was the issue about the violations. So I don't have anything else to say.
Okay. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to know if Director Cooper could confirm, is the language redundant from a legal perspective, just to validate or invalidate the claim?
Mr. Cooper?
Both provisions concern a review by the district attorney and public defender.
That is not Mr. Cooper speaking, even though I think he can make that noise sometimes.
I feel like it.
I'm not sure who that is, but everybody remember to mute. Okay, Mr. Cooper, try again.
Okay, yes, they both concern review by the district attorney and public defender, but the amendment actually adds a provision that a majority of the Community Oversight Board chair, public defender, and DA, so 2 of the 3, if they determine there was a violation, they would notify the council, and the amendment includes some mandatory language that the council shall approve a resolution to terminate the program at that point.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Evans. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Director Cooper just made one of the points that I wanted to ask about, given that this new amendment mentions the COB and other organizations that can actually have some oversight to this. So I think that this amendment is very important in that we want to have, if we violate in the other amendments where these LPRs are supposed to go, the program should be shut down, because that is the fear about this program going into the program, that it will be abused, that it will not, that it will over-police neighborhoods and communities that are already over-policed. And so if we cannot know going into this quote-unquote pilot program that we are only using these LPRs in the places where we designated going from the gates, from the starting gate, then if we don't need, they should be shut down if there is a problem. Because if we cannot guarantee that we can control these LPRs to that level, we can't guarantee that these LPRs are doing anything that we supposedly say that they are doing in terms of surveillance and how this information is being used. So I think it is very important that we pass this amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Welsh. Councilmember Cash.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess what does the bill provide? Like, what do the 2 of the 3 have to provide to as evidence of a violation?
Mr. Cooper?
It does not specifically say, it just says that they would make a determination that a violation has occurred.
And it's a violation. One violation would trigger the amendment.
Yes, sir.
Or would trigger the resolution.
Yes.
Okay. I am not going to support this amendment. I think there are other protections. They aren't exactly the same as this, but I think we have several different measures in the bill that effectively can alert us, and we can end the program if we need to. But I think this is a little too fuzzy for me. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to encourage my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. It seems very extreme. We've already set up a system where we are collecting data, and at the end of 6 months, looking at that to see if it works or not. I think a one and done, without looking at why something may have happened, is really pushing the envelope. I think we are in good shape with what we have, and we should say no on this one. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I'll be brief because a lot of my comments have already been stated, but I do agree that this amendment is excessive and it's redundant, and the pilot program is only for 6 months, and it's going to take that time in order to get accurate data and information to evaluate this program. So to stop it abruptly before that because of one suspected incident, I think is excessive. So I won't be supporting this amendment, and I encourage others to accept and support the bill with the amendment that it has on there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilor Mendez?
Call the question.
Councilor Mendez has called the previous question. So we're on the previous question, not voting on the amendment, on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Swell, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nashville, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
Okay. 40 in favor, 0 against on the previous question. Previous question prevails. Okay, so here's where we are. We're voting on amendment number 4 by Councilmember Rosenberg. Amendment number 4. If you're for amendment number 4, you'd vote yes. If you're against it, you're going to vote no. Again, amendment number 4 by Councilmember Rosenberg. For it, vote yes. Opposed, vote no. Madam Clerk, take the roll.
Mendez. Yes. Hurt.
Yes.
Allen.
No.
Glover.
No.
Suara.
Yes.
Hall.
No.
Toombs.
No.
Gamble.
No.
Swope. Parker.
No.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Parker.
Yes.
Withers.
No.
Benedict.
Yes.
Van Reese.
Yes.
Hancock.
No.
Young.
No.
Hager.
No.
Evans.
Yes.
Bradford.
No.
Roten.
Yes.
Syracuse.
No.
Welsh.
Yes.
Sledge.
Yes.
Cash.
No.
O'Connell.
Aye.
Roberts.
Yes.
Taylor.
Aye.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Hauser.
No.
Druffel.
No.
Murphy.
No.
Pulley.
No.
Johnston.
No.
Nash.
No.
Vercher.
Yes.
Porterfield.
Yes.
Sepulveda.
Yes.
Rutherford.
No.
Stiles.
No.
Lee.
Abstain.
Henderson.
No.
Rosenberg.
Yes.
All right, so amendment number 4 got 17 ayes, 22 noes, 1 abstention. Amendment number 4 fails, 17 to 22 to 1. All right, so I'm going to go, as promised, back to Councilmember Rosenberg. You're recognized on your substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to move the substitute and want to quickly lay out some differences between the substitute and the bill as amended. The substitute approaches LPRs very carefully rather than opening the floodgates from the start and hoping for the best. Rather than permanently installing LPRs all around the city as the amended bill does. And by the way, these things are only read license plates accurately 2/3 of the time. The substitute leans on already permitted mobile LPRs, ones that are attached to a patrol car. A fixed LPR is largely useless if there's not an officer right nearby to act on an LPR hit. And that's a big difference between us and Mount Juliet, for example. We're a large county and there's rarely an officer that will be there to intercept a bad guy before they turn left and are lost. The mobile LPR also protects privacy by limiting the repeated recording of the same people in the same place all the time. The substitute also carefully prescribes the uses, whereas the original bill calls for their use for simple small-time misdemeanors or even to enforce civil infractions. The substitute limits law enforcement use to helping locate missing and endangered persons, recover stolen vehicles, catch individuals who have a felony warrant against them, and intercept cars with a lawfully issued search warrant against them. Another critical effect of this approach is that you don't have to worry about misuse or proliferation of data because we won't retain it. Officers will have the opportunity to match a plate against a hot list that meets the criteria I just mentioned: missing persons, stolen cars, felony warrants, search warrants, using an LPR in their cars, and if they get a hit, they verify it read correctly and make a stop. That's it. It's very straightforward. It protects privacy, and it guards against LPRs being used to target individuals or communities. This is a complete 180 from the idea of retaining the data, hoping it's protected, hoping everyone follows complex policies, and then accepting that the information will be used against someone simply because they're worth targeting. And by voting down Amendment 4, the sponsors of 582 showed how little confidence they have that those policies will be followed. The substitute further requires that mobile LPRs be equitably deployed among the precincts, which the amended bill doesn't. It calls for community engagement in 6 months and a vote on whether to continue their use. It allows the DA and public defender oversight. It requires detailed quarterly reporting to the Metro Council on how the tool is used. LPRs are a very powerful surveillance tool, the most powerful we've ever considered deploying in Nashville. And if we're going to consider going down this road, it's critical that we do it very cautiously, very carefully, and in a way that leaves our options open moving forward. We need to acknowledge that LPRs will encourage folks to steal cars more frequently to evade LPRs, to take different roads to evade LPRs, to adapt. But whether you're dead set against LPRs or you want a chance to see how they're used in a carefully crafted way before jumping into bed with these LPR companies, this substitute is the answer to your concerns. It will replace the very invasive, drastic bill that's currently before us. And I urge your yes vote. I move the substitute.
All right, so Councilman Rosenberg has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Okay, so I've got hands in the queue again, but I can't tell whether they were from the last time or not. Some of them look like they were from the last time. Would you all mind doing me a favor and clear out the hands, and then if you want to speak on this one, put them back on, okay? That would be very helpful. Okay? Thank you. Okay, got hands coming up. Let me see what I've got. Trying to find people who haven't spoken yet. Looks like everybody's already spoken on this one, at least once. Okay, so I'm just going to go down the list. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to speak in support of Councilmember Rosenberg's substitute. I think this is precisely the degree of compromise that between, I think, those of us on council who would probably rather not see this additional powerful surveillance technology deployed by the metropolitan government. I think that this substitute balances those concerns with the desires of council members to have this technology utilized in their districts. I think that it narrows the scope effectively to how this technology can be used in a very smart and technologically savvy way. And while I continue to have some concerns, I would be comfortable with the system being deployed under this framework. So I would encourage colleagues to please vote for the substitute. I believe this is the compromise, and this is the best path forward for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Again, I want to thank everybody for all the work we've done on this. This is what we should be doing. Councilmember O'Connell mentioned earlier Barry Friedman of the Policing Project, who is an authority on ensuring that democracies are thoughtful about how their enforcement and law enforcement is done, and that it should be done as part of an extended conversation, and we have begun that conversation. I'm reluctant to support Councilmember Rosenberg's substitute. I appreciate all the emails that I've gotten from groups that I care very deeply about, and it's important to me to delineate why I feel like the bill that we have just amended and adopted actually provides better protections and is more specific. It has, with the amendment, been narrowed down to only applying to reckless driving, violent crimes, stolen vehicles, traffic and parking offenses, smart parking, missing persons, and emissions. So we have narrowed it down very specifically, and I think that that's clearly important, and that is no longer a distinction between these two. Also, there's more specific information about requiring a custodian to ensure that the data is not used improperly, that there's a policy posted on the website of the 3 departments that are now authorized to use this. And it also is more specific about equally distributing among 4 quadrants as opposed to the precincts. But that's, again, an equitable distribution of that. And finally, in terms of access for who can see data, the audit in the substitute is simply said to be on a case-by-case basis, which is, to me, I'm disturbed by the non-specific requirements there as opposed to the authorization that is spelled out in the bill that we have just currently approved. And again, as I've mentioned earlier, I'm concerned that the 3 minutes will cause decisions to be made hastily. If you have 3 minutes to verify data and act upon it, as opposed to having 10 days to be thoughtful about it. We have seen what happens when law enforcement are put under stressful situations where they have to react very quickly, and I'm still concerned that the one advantage of this is, or the one thing that people I think feel that this provides better protection is that 3-minute data retention, but I'm concerned that the risk of that may outweigh the benefits. So I appreciate all the effort that has gone into trying to ensure that we are balancing privacy concerns with safety, and I feel like the existing bill does that better. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I will say I do appreciate the deliberative approach that colleagues have taken here with multiple special committees, community meetings, et cetera. This is an important topic. In 2017, some colleagues will remember we had a first round of this discussion, and I believe correctly and appropriately decided that a new technology that had implications for privacy on the basis of surveillance should be handled very carefully. I think Councilmember Rosenberg's substitute addresses that as best as possible. This moment in policing, trust in communities, the just sheer power of surveillance and the concerns that national organizations have levied, not just about Nashville. I know we've spoken about, hey, other communities do this. In fact, that's part of the problem with surveillance technologies. If you don't severely limit the way that data is first captured and then stored, and I say this as somebody who's worked in computer science for 20 plus years at this point, you leave open vectors of attack for people who can abuse that. If we don't carefully monitor what is stored, one of the concerns out there is vendor access to this as well. Moving too quickly on any of this technology exposes all Nashvillians to more risk. The conversation is slanted against the vulnerable. If we look at the organizations who have spoken up about this, overwhelmingly, immigrant communities, including the American Muslim Advisory Council, Turk, we've heard these organizations focused on safety on our roadway, Walk Bike Nashville, et cetera, are all coming out saying, don't move this quickly. Either oppose this bill outright or support the Rosenberg substitute. I strongly encourage colleagues to, yes, listen to the communities that are asking you for more safety resources and think if this is actually the best way to do it. I think Councilmember Hall spoke earlier to the lack of safety resources, but also the investments we need to be making. We do need to be making those investments. In fact, we need to be making those investments instead of investments in an expanding surveillance state. I would encourage colleagues to support the Rosenberg substitute, and I will be doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So what concerns me the most about this substitute is that it's going to require our Metro officers to actually stand or be in their vehicle and conducting spot checks and that's going to take resources away from doing their everyday job and stretching a department thinner that's already understaffed and spread thin across this county. You know, it was brought up about Mount Juliet. They are smaller. They're also probably more betterly staffed than our city. And if y'all remember, a few months ago, these LPRs in Mount Juliet actually caught a criminal, a killer, from another county. So to try and compare us to Mount Juliet in forms of our police departments, it's apples and oranges, because we have a police department that is understaffed and has been chronically understaffed. There's businesses in my district, they are demanding more police presence. They're demanding more resources to help combat the crime and the murders that are happening on Murfreesboro Road. You know, we've had 3 murders this year already, and these businesses are Black and brown and immigrant-owned businesses. So this substitute, it does nothing to help our city. It's the opposite. It's causing more drain on our resources. And we should be trying to, if we don't want to hire more police officers, then we need to be utilizing technology in order to make the staff that we do have able to be more efficient. So I'm asking my colleagues to vote against this substitute because it doesn't do anything to help the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would just like to speak in support of the substitute. You know, it's no secret I've been vocal about being against LPRs. I am not of the belief that our cities and our government should be surveilling people and communities. However, as we know, LPRs are currently allowed. And if they are going to be allowed, then it is upon us to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to put policy in place that will make sure that people are being as safe as possible. It is very amazing to hear how many people have thoughts and opinions about the impacts of legislation on Black and brown communities when we're talking about policing these communities, when we don't hear that same level of engagement when we're talking about funding our communities and bringing resources to the community. So I would encourage my colleagues that as we continue to go forward for the rest of our term, to please keep that same energy when we're talking about getting resources to Black and brown communities. But nevertheless, there have been some concerns about the 3 minutes, and the 3 minutes can be, if that's a point of contention, if we need to look at increasing this to 5 minutes or 6 minutes or 10 minutes, that's something that we are willing to consider. But this substitute is actually giving both sides what it is that they want. For people that are concerned about over-policing, surveillance, and privacy, this substitute is restricting those things. And for people that are saying, hey, we want to give the police a tool to be able to use to hopefully keep our community safer, this outlines exactly what can be used, how the LPRs could be used for stolen vehicles, missing or endangered people, if a person has an outstanding felony arrest warrant or a probable cause search warrant for a felony offense. In the 582 as amended, if I'm reading this correctly, it says that these are investigating and prosecuting criminal offenses. And while it says it's included, but it's not limited to reckless driving. So there are other criminal offenses that aren't outlined in that legislation. And it also talks about prosecuting violent crime, homicide and assault are named, but it's not outlining exactly what the LPRs can be used for. This substitute is very specific in what LPRs can be used for. And as you all have seen, this is the only version of this legislation that is supported by the ACLU. So we are asking that, again, there are many of us that are completely against LPRs. However, this is trying to come to a middle ground and trying to find a solution that works in the best interest of multiple communities.
Councilmember Porterfield, your 3 minutes are up. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just asked that my colleagues support the substitute.
Councilmember Sepulveda, you're next.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think it's important to clarify a couple of things. Having mobile LPRs does not prevent patrol units from moving around the city. They don't have to be stationary for it to be effective. Tonight I will be supporting Councilmember Rosenberg's substitute. A lot of us do have concerns about LPRs, and I think this is the middle ground that many of us could live with. Council Member Berkeley, you raised a point about why some of the groups were reaching out in support of Council Member Rosenberg's substitute. And every time I talk about this, I do put a target on my back, sometimes being the Brown Council member, but I'm going to do it anyway. There is the ICE component, and giving them more time to go ahead and target specific people and tear families apart. And at the end of the day, that has a lot to do with why a lot of people are opposed to 10 days as opposed to 3 minutes. That is life and death for many people. I have not been able to sleep. I have nightmares about that. And so I think that's an important distinction between the two legislations. I do think that it's telling that, a lot of the narrative that has been brought up is that these LPRs are going to curb behavior. Well, we should have had that same thought process when we had the previous amendment. Maybe having Councilmember Rosenberg's amendment that would have gotten rid of this LPR, if there were any violations, maybe that could have curbed some of the behavior of those who are in possession of that data. So tonight I'm going to ask you all to support Councilmember Rosenberg's substitute. I think it's a fair and equal compromise. There is a huge privacy concern that goes with this. Go beyond some of your personal feelings. Once we let the genie out of the bottle, there's no going back. If the LPR infrastructure is there, then it's there. If the state decides that it's not going to extend beyond the 5 years of protecting the data, then it can choose to do that. So once we go down this path, it's hard to roll back, and we find that many cities are going through that exact struggle. So I would ask you to support Councilmember Rosenberg's substitute.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Sepulveda. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. First, I want to address the ACLU. The ACLU is not against 582. They came out as neutral, and they specified in that letter, which I have shared with you, that why they came out neutral instead of positive was because it created a revenue stream with the parking aspect of it. As far as ICE goes, ICE does not care about LPR data at all. At all. They have access to databases that we don't even know exist. But there's also a letter from an immigration attorney whose job it is to defend and protect immigrants going through the system, that has literally said he nor his partner that is in Shelby County have ever seen LPR data used in a case against any immigrant. This just is not a concern for ICE. We just finished amending twice 582 in a way that so comprehensively addresses so many concerns, from access to equity to privacy to sharing. It limited the scope. It creates a pilot program. It specifically line items out that surveillance, which has been used multiple times and I believe is an inflammatory term, surveillance is not allowed. A criminal act has to have occurred for the database to be searched. So all of these concerns have been addressed. If we limit LPRs to a retention period of 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, it doesn't really matter. If it's a matter of minutes, what we're doing is basically saying the only LPR that is going to be useful to the police department are those that are in cars. The problem with that is that we don't have enough police officers, and we have less cars than we have police officers. So what happens when crimes are happening where police officers aren't located? What are we going to say to the family or the victim of a drive-by shooting that could be helped, whose crime could be solved or possibly deterred by an LPR camera? And we say, sorry, we can't help you solve this crime because that data was deleted in a matter of minutes before you were even able to call 911. I don't want to look somebody in the eye and tell them that. I don't want crimes to occur at all. It is a deterrent to have pole-mounted LPRs. I think that's it. I think I've come in before my 4 minutes. I encourage everyone to please vote against this substitute. This substitute is a Trojan horse. It is not a compromise. The compromise has already occurred with Amendment 1 and Amendment 3 being passed onto 582. Please vote against this substitute and vote for 582 as amended. This will make our community safer for everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'll be brief. I concur that 582 as amended is the compromise bill and the better compromise. 3 minutes is not long enough to do all that the license plate readers can do. We were introduced to, with the DA Funk, one of the first meetings. He mentioned the
Councilmember Nash, we've lost your sound. Councilmember Nash? Councilmember Nash? Well, he looks good on camera, making some good gestures, but I don't know what he's, there he is.
It does provide an investigative tool. And this police department right now is very much engaged in outreach to the community. LPRs will not prevent that continued effort on this chief of police and our police department to reach out. We can do both at the same time and provide the kind of community outreach, get community input, and also provide the safety of LPR technology together. And I have not seen any data, as implied by my colleague, that somehow there's going to be an increase in stolen cars and burglaries and like that. It's just not the data. I'm not sure where that came from. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, for me, this resolution, bill, ordinance, legislation has become entirely too political. It is not about us as council members, but it's about the people. There is no tool in the history of policing that's been used equitably and hasn't disproportionately impacted people of color. Last year, the vice mayor formed a committee to resolve issues, especially violence and incarceration in zip code 37208. And their report does not include LPRs. I was very much on board trying to make sure we did something that was of public safety. I wanted to have the part in there with the pilot program, making sure we didn't go too fast and do too much, too quick, too soon. But that was before I became more educated, before I was able to do a little bit more research to see what it was that needed to be done and how could we really address the needs of the community. Now, we might need to have more diversity in MNPD before we talk about having LPRs. Today, just today, the verdict. We are talking about this. Today, the verdict. For a year, we heard about defund the police, divest the funds, and now we are investing more money into the police with no guarantees. I don't know if we got it right, and we don't want to spend any more time talking about it. So I don't know if we're doing anything right. LPRs is not the panacea. We must do other things. We must implement those things that came out of that report in 37208. Councilmember Hall spoke of those things. We have to invest that money. The public defender who represents most people of color, those who we all say will be mostly impacted, says no. The NAACP says no. Support the substitute and do what is best for the people.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm speaking in support of the substitute as well. And the question that I want us to ask ourselves is, what are we trying to accomplish here? And if the goal is about safety, then the substitute does that. But we have to balance the need of all of our citizens. As an at-large member, I hear people that say they worry about security, but I also hear the people that say they worry about our privacy. And I repeat that while 582 with the amendment is a great one, and I thank everyone that worked on it, it's not enough. The preamble to 582 talks about LPR is now to be used by any department, either directly or through a subcontractor, any department. So we don't know which department will take it on in the next year or two. Now, it says any department that wants to use it will have to post policies on their website. Now, are we going to be going back and checking all of that? My problem with 582 is that it's very broad. And we're trying to work our way backwards to try and fix it, to try and make it what it should be. The problem is we may not catch everything. And once that mistake is made, people's lives are at stake. I want us to protect our citizens. I understand that. But I also think that making it that broad is a mistake. What is the rush? Why does it have to be this broad? If everybody wants safety, if it's about safety, then the substitute does that. It allows us to have a middle ground. I started off with no LPR as well. But when I had a meeting with the community, I talked to people, I listened in. And I know there are people that are worried about safety, and we should be worried about safety. So if what we're trying to do is safety, and I still repeat that the Amendment 1 used language from the substitute. It's also worrisome that for everyone that think 582 is so great, we're not that bold to say if there's an error, we will stop it. If we're so sure that this is going to work and everything is hunky-dory, then what's the reservation? Because we cannot, because we're not sure, because mistakes happen, because things can happen. So the substitute has the 6 months as well. Let's start small. Let's see what that does. If we need to increase, let's look at it then. But starting big and working our way backward and trying to fix things after they happen, I think it's counterproductive. It's not about whose bill got passed. It's not about who has the most say. I think everybody's worked hard on this. I thank everyone for the meetings and for the conversation. But at this point in time, if we're truly listening to everyone, I think a middle ground will be the way to go. And 582 with all the amendments, I say it again, does not do it. It does not cover everything. We're going to be scrambling to find some more stuff and fix it again. Why do we want to do that?
Councilmember Suarez,
Why don't we start small and then...
Councilmember Suarez,
yes, Vice Mayor.
your time is up. Okay.
Thank you so very much. So I ask you to vote in support of the substitute. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a sponsor of the bill, and I'm obviously opposed to the substitute. I got involved in this issue to begin with because of an outcry from the community, constituents of District 31, who were looking at places that had LPRs, such as, of course, has been mentioned, Belmead and Mount Juliet, and thinking that we could benefit overall across Davidson County with something similar. And I listened to them, and I agreed with them from the start that we should certainly look at this. And I believe that the bill, as currently amended, is the right approach. I don't know how many district-level community meetings that there have been, but I can speak to my own district, and the last community meeting for District 31, this topic, this bill, the original bill, was mentioned and was a topic of conversation, I should say, at that meeting, and had overwhelming support in a very strongly attended meeting for District 31, over 50 people. And so listening to the community since this bill was initiated and prior to, when I was hearing from the community, and then in the community meeting itself, I'm pretty confident in where my district is on this. And again, I strongly encourage colleagues to vote against the substitute. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Glover.
Call the question.
Councilmember Glover has called the previous question. So we're not voting on the substitute. We're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Opposed, no?
Yes.
No.
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 All right, so we're going to vote on the previous question. We got 40 members, so it needs 20.
Two-thirds needs
2/3, 27. All right. Madam Clerk, we're voting on the previous question. Take the roll.
Mendez. Yes. Hurt.
No.
Allen.
Councilmember Allen?
No.
Glover.
Yes.
Suara.
No.
Hall.
Councilmember Hall?
Toombs.
Aye.
Gamble.
No.
Swope.
Yes.
Parker.
No.
Withers.
Yes.
Benedict.
No.
Van Reese.
No.
Hancock.
Yes.
Young.
No.
Hager.
Yes.
Evans.
No.
Bradford.
Yes.
Roten.
No.
Syracuse. No. Welsh,
No.
Sledge, Cash,
No.
O'Connell,
No.
Roberts,
No.
Taylor,
No.
Hauser, yes, Druffel,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Pulley,
No.
Johnston,
No.
Nash,
Yes.
Bircher, Porterfield,
Nope.
Sepulveda,
No.
Rutherford,
No.
Stiles,
No.
Lee, Henderson,
No.
Rosenberg.
No.
Yeah, that's
Well, he doesn't pass, so it doesn't matter, but. Hall didn't vote.
yeah, but who is not voting?
Hall and Vercher. And Sledge.
This is Sledge. I'm a no.
Okay, so it's 24.
All right, so the previous question got 12 ayes, 25 noes, so the previous question fails. All right, so we go back to the board. Let's see, Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Vice Mayor. I would very much encourage my colleague for this substitute. There's so much wrong with 582 as amended. It does open up Pandora's box, as my colleague, Councilmember Henderson mentioned. And if you remember that once open, Pandora's box cannot be closed. This is going to cause all sorts of problems. The fact that we know nothing about the cost of this policy, we would not pass any other legislation without having some sense of the cost of policy. And if you want this tool, this LPR tool, to be effective, then mobile is the only way to go. Police cannot react fast enough to static cameras. I hear this every day in my district about police not being able to respond fast enough to things happening in real time in my district. These LPRs are not going to, they're not going to solve that problem, that police are in fact limited and they're not going to be able to react. So it kind of begs the question, what is the point? And I know several of my colleagues have said, including Councilmember Pulley, that these are not surveillance tools. But if this is not surveillance, then what are you watching for if not criminal activity? That is, in fact, what it is. And I think that we need to remember that courts have ruled in other in other states that there is no reasonable expectation of privacy about information that is gleaned from an LPR, which means that you can be tracked, your activity can be tracked through LPRs, and maintaining data gleaned from an LPR more than 3 minutes, if police cannot immediately react to a problem, is unnecessary. And actually, in many ways, the 3-minute threshold is a bit of a red herring, because if in fact the police hit on illegal activity using LPR data, the 3-minute threshold doesn't even apply under this amendment. So I just feel like we need to respect the privacy and autonomy of our citizens in the city and reject 582 and vote for this substitute. So I ask my colleagues 100% to vote for Councilmember Rosenberg's substitute. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Syracuse?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. To Councilmember Welch's point, do we have any idea what this custodian position is? Are we creating a position, and is this internal to Metro, or are we looking to farm this out?
I'm going to go to Mr. Cooper.
It doesn't create a new position. It just provides that someone would be designated as the custodian, and then they would oversee that aspect of the program.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Syracuse, anything else?
That's it. Thanks, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm just hoping to distill down Councilman Rosenberg's substitute. So colleagues, if you look at page 11 and 12 of our amendment packet, effectively the Rosenberg substitute enables LPRs in police cruisers only. So this substitute potentially brings back profiling and impulsivity in policing, requiring a visual verification in 3 minutes. And so this substitute will not assist in solving crimes after the fact. So, license plate readers can provide unbiased enforcement at less cost than police cars and officers. And so as outlined in 582, as amended, it's a time-limited, transparent, responsive, accountable, comprehensive pilot, time-limited. So if you support the Rosenberg substitute, you're effectively saying in this very narrow way that it's LPRs and officers' cars. That's it. So thank you. I encourage you to vote against the substitute.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Pulley.
Sorry, Vice Mayor, hit the wrong button. Now I got the
That's
mute
okay.
button up. Got it now. Anyway, just a couple points I want to address since Councilmember Welch brought my name up in connection with my position on the word surveillance. I'll just read you what NOLO's plain English law dictionary says and how it defines surveillance. The act of observing persons or groups with their knowledge, which is overt, or without their knowledge, covert. And an LPR camera does neither. So in the traditional sense of the word surveillance, yes, I think it's being misused by those who are opposed to this, but I'm not here to really debate that issue. I just want to let you know why I said what I said. I'll also give you a real-life example of where this whole issue in the 3 minutes is problematic and how these can be used. If someone were to go to sleep one night and have their car stolen while they're lying in bed and not report it, that vehicle's not on any hot list anywhere, and it goes past an LPR camera on its way to commit a violent crime near that camera. The picture is captured, but under this substitute, the data is destroyed because you don't report that stolen car until you wake up the next morning and find that it's stolen. So that's a real life example of how this LPR poll camera can work. And let's also be clear that this substitute as written is just as Councilmember Johnston has referred to and Councilmember Nash. It's really more of a torpedo than a compromise. The police department, if you listen to them in the Public Safety Committee meeting today, made it pretty clear that if the substitute passes, this pretty much kills any expansion of LPRs to fixed poles beyond what they're using in their vehicles right now. So if you're opposed to LPRs, and I understand that perspective, everybody has a right to their view and their opinion on this, then I would certainly expect you to vote against this bill. But let's not fool ourselves into thinking that this is any kind of compromise that is going to put an LPR program over and above what we have in place now to use with this substitute. So for that reason, I would urge you all to vote against this bill. And thank you, Vice Mayor, for your time.
All right. Councilmember Stiles?
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I would like to remind everyone that in voting for the Amendment 1, this is in regards, and Amendment 3, this is a pilot program. This is not a full rollout of LPR policy. I think it's very clear that we as a city are not ready for that yet, but that is the point of having a pilot and finding out the data that we need. This substitute is not a pilot. It is to be instituted in perpetuity. And some of the information is incorrect. The data in terms of accuracy, I'd love to know from the sponsor, have you investigated in terms of what equipment was being used, what company, what are their percentages? That's something I certainly did in talking to Mount Juliet and also speaking with the Belmead Police Department and how they determined what equipment they wanted to use. I think, so if we're doing our due diligence appropriately, that is something that can be mitigated. As well, reminding LPRs are not doing any kind of facial recognition. This is all pictures of license plates. So in looking for stolen vehicles and plates and dealing with violent crimes, I think the previous amendment has made it clear what we are looking for. This substitute is really focused on the privacy aspect. It's really not focused on addressing any real crime. There are a couple of mentions of crime, and then there's a lot of privacy protections. And I think the amendment that we have right now is a middle ground that addresses safety and privacy concerns. So I would encourage you to please vote no on this substitute. And also, there's an equitable distribution in the previous amendment, so it's not going to be located heavily in one particular area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I had my hand up to call the question, but it seems that that's not what we want to do. So if we're all going to talk, I'm going to talk too. Obviously, there's a hard split of opinion in the council on this. It also strikes me that it's clear that this is a county-wide issue. And I would note that at least 3 of the at-larges, including me, are opposed to the bill as substituted and in favor of the substitute. It's not lost on me that my 2 African-American at-large colleagues, Councilmember Hurt and Suara, are in favor of this substitute. I'm disappointed that Councilmember Sepulveda's points were, even after she said she was going to be attacked for it, her points were immediately dismissed as nonsense, allegedly. Those of us following social media right now see that almost immediately after the claim was made that ICE doesn't care about LPR technology, people started posting articles about how ICE has used LPR. This is quite literally surveillance, and I'm interested from the county-wide perspective. I understand that there's differing opinions, and I respect that, but I'm listening hard to Councilmember Sepulveda, Councilmember Hurt, Councilmember Suara, and urge people to vote yes on the substitute. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Parker.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. And I think that some of the points I'd like to make have been brought up by colleagues already. Specifically with regards to the 3-minute limit, as it's been presented, you would think that an officer who got a hit on their LPR was required to take some action within a 3-minute window, that they had no time to call for backup, that they had no time to assess the situation. That is just not how this would work. The question about the 3-minute limit is, are we hoovering up every bit of data and storing it for, be it 10 days, 30 days, 10 years? Are we hoovering up all the data and using that for a kind of, legal parallel construction in the future? Or are we taking pertinent data? So when we hit that 3-minute limit does not apply. If an LPR under the substitute, if an LPR in a patrol vehicle has a hit, that 3-minute limit does not apply, and the officers can use their discretion. They can assess the situation. They can take as much time as they need. There's not a countdown timer that starts after you get a hit and says, oh, you have to do something within 3 minutes. So I think that just in the practical concern that people have about that 3-minute limit, I think it's just, I understand where it's coming from, but I don't think it would actually apply in practice, because it's really a question of, are we hoovering up all the data across the county and, using it to analyze patterns for, whatever investigation that is underway, be that of political dissidents, serious criminals, whoever, or are we saying, oh, there's an actual person of interest, and that is the subject of this, and that is an applicable use of these LPRs? And I personally prefer the latter. I think that Rosenberg substitute focuses this surveillance technology on those cases where I think it's more appropriate to be utilized. And that's why I still intend to support this substitute.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. So I have 7 hands in the queue. Councilmember Gamble is next. If your hand is up and you've already spoken and you don't want to speak anymore, please take it off, okay? But I'm now down to 7. Okay, Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And just a point of clarification, if Director Cooper can let us know, does this substitute preclude, first let me say I very much appreciate Councilmember Sepulveda's comments. And that is something that I think we need to address in any legislation. But I want to first verify, does the substitute preclude ICE from requesting or getting the LPR data if requested?
Mr. Cooper?
No, ICE can ask for the information. The information, at least LPR data under the new state law for right now, is confidential, so they would not be able to get that under a public records request. So they would likely have to get some kind of subpoena or court order to obtain the data that is otherwise confidential under state law.
And is that the case under this substitute and Bill 582?
Yes, I think that would be the same under both.
Yes, and I don't know if there's something that we can do to address that, but I would like to see that done regardless of what passes today. That is an issue that if there is some legal recourse that we can do, that we need to address. But I also want to say about the substitute, and the reason that I am not supporting the substitute is because it doesn't do anything to address or solve crimes when the police are not present. Having the cameras on the police cars doesn't help us. We might as well just say Nashville's not ready for LPRs and we don't need them, because having them, this substitute wouldn't do anything for us. Having them on the fixed post helps us find crimes or solve crimes when the police are not present. That is the intent of having them. So, I appreciate all of the comments that have been said today. I do agree with Councilmember Sepulveda. That is a major issue that in some way we need to address across the board, whatever legislation we look at regarding this issue. But this substitute would not help us address any crime any more than we're already doing. So we might as well just say we're not ready for LPRs if we think this substitute is a compromise of the answer, because it's not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gamble. I've got more people added to the queue. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized. Councilmember Allen?
That was a leftover hand. I apologize.
Oh, okay. All right. I've got, I'm adding people to the queue. Let's see. I've got Councilmember Sepulveda. Councilmember Sepulveda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And thank you, Councilwoman Gamble and Councilmember Mendez for some of what you all had stated. I wanted to come back to, state a couple of things for the record. The letter from the lawyer that was mentioned earlier, that is one lawyer's opinion. That is a lawyer from Memphis. The letters that have come from allied organizations, they also have lawyers. And they sided with not supporting that legislation. I think it is inaccurate to say that ICE doesn't care about LPR data. If they didn't care about LPR data, they wouldn't have contracts with several LPR companies. You know, Vigilant, who wants to do business with Metro, that's one of the companies that ICE has that a contract with. You know, I don't like being lectured when it comes to immigration, because I'm one of the first council members that gets called when ICE is hanging around the courthouse and when ICE has picked up a member of the community. This is my bread and butter. You know, this is what I have to deal with every day. And I'm not the only council member who is the council member for all undocumented people. We all are, even though they don't vote, and they still live in your district and they still pay taxes, no matter what other news outlets may say that's not accurate. And so I think it's important to state that if ICE can use it, they will use it. The LPRs in Memphis, they're new. They came around 2019, right along when the pandemic was here. So that means that they didn't have, you know, the scope that they would have liked because we had the pandemic going on. They have been on their best behavior because of that pandemic. If this pandemic is gone, I guarantee you that they will do the exact same thing that they are doing in other cities. Yes, they can subpoena for the records, and they could do it under this substitute as well, but they would have to go to court and get that approved, and 3 minutes is not enough time for them to get that approved. And that is why I'm supporting this substitute. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cash.
Thank you, Chair. I want to talk about for a minute the previous major bill on surveillance technology that's been brought up several times as we've been talking about the technology this year. So 2017-646, we've been looking at it in terms of license plate readers, which it disallowed in the public right-of-way. But a major section of that bill was expanding and created a avenue for surveillance technology to be expanded. That it basically, if Metro was going to expand beyond 50% of what it had to go through a resolution in council. And then later in the bill, it was singled out. LPR technology was singled out. So that bill was largely, or at least half, about creating an avenue to expand surveillance technology and just singling out LPR. But I have a few questions about it, and I asked these months ago when like 581 was the only LPR bill we were looking at. But so, Director Cooper, do any of these amendments that we're looking at today, or substitutes or bills, change that section of the code that came from 2017-646 section C that created the vehicle for council to review and approve, if they so see fit, other types of surveillance technology?
No, that provision still remains in the code.
And since the provision that we're mainly amending from that is the LPR technology, does that mean that the provisions in section C will then apply to LPR technology? If we get rid of the section that disallows them in the right of way, and then will it then have to go through that process of going through council if we're going to expand them beyond 50%?
In my opinion, no, because you would have a specific regulatory scheme specific to LPRs, and
Okay.
Typically under the statutory rules of construction, the specific prevails over the general. So whereas you have a general provision regarding surveillance technology, if you have a specific regulatory scheme regarding LPRs, that's going to apply to LPRs.
Okay. And do you know, Director Cooper, at least since you've been back as Director of Council, have we voted on any or many resolutions that expanded surveillance technology in metro government?
I can remember one this term.
Okay. Okay. So to borrow a phrase, the floodgates haven't been opened on those. Is that correct? I guess. Well, that's my comment.
It's not been used much.
Councilmember Cash.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rosenberg, do you want me to come back to you? I was holding you for last, but other hands are starting to pop up.
Oh, no, thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to respond to a few things. First of all, about how this helps is that while an officer is doing his everyday patrolling, mobile LPR catching a stolen car in front of them would generate a hit. Because that's being handled immediately and because it's a hit, it would not be subject to the 3-minute limit like everything else would. And Councilmember Sepulveda pointed out why that 3 minutes is so important, and it's because it keeps anybody from being able to access data that did not apply to or that did not generate a hit. In other words, people who are innocent of committing one of these crimes in our city is not subject to targeting. This is a pilot in that we as a council will have a public hearing. We're retaining with this bill the public hearing portion of 646 that Councilmember Cash just referred to, that 582 does not include. And since this bill also doesn't mean that we're building a bunch of permanent infrastructure in the road, I mean, the term that came to mind when folks were talking about this is that fixed LPRs are security theater. If there's not an officer there to react, they're theater. And you better believe that the people who are pushing it are going to put up everyone they can. So when we get our say as a council, we're going to have people say, we just spend money and time putting up all these things all over the city. We're not going to tear them down. 582 as amended is not a pilot, even with the amendment. In reality, it's not a pilot. I'd also like to point out that no matter, and this has been brought up, no matter where we are on issues, it's important that we retain credibility and be honest with each other. So I'll read, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is using mass location surveillance to target immigrants, and local governments are helping, feeding their residents' personal information to ICE, even when it violates local privacy laws or policies. Records obtained, Detail Vigilant Solutions, which is one of the companies who is going after our business under a $6.1 million contract. ICE has access to over 5 billion data points of location from these license plate readers. Yes, this bill, this substitute focuses on the privacy issues because you only get one shot at that. You can look at uses down the road and see how it's being used or misused and expand or contract if you see fit. I won't support it, but at least if we do it, it'll be data-based. But once you let the privacy aspect go, it's not coming back. This is our opportunity. We've heard from an incredible cross-section of organizations that represent a lot of communities in our city, most of which have different concerns than I have to share with my kids. And I think that us just brushing them aside because we're getting some pressure from a local precinct or being pumped full of misinformation.
Councilmember Rosenberg, your time is up.
Okay. It's a bad look, and I ask for your support.
Okay. All right. So got more people in the queue. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
Hi, I wasn't sure if I wanted to speak on this or not. You know, my husband's a first-generation immigrant, and his parents, you know, had to make sure they had the proper papers. They were always nervous. It was a big deal when he was growing up, and eventually they got their citizenship. I've lived overseas in Eastern Europe, and I had credentials in the country where I lived, but we traveled to other countries like Albania and Bosnia-Herzegovina and Macedonia, where the police were intimidating to us, and we had to worry and wonder what was going to happen. But at the same time, in my district, a district where I have 2 elementary schools that are both 48% Hispanic, 30-something% African American. I say 30-something because one is 30% and one is 35%, and then less than 15% white. In these 2 elementary schools, we have drive-by shootings everywhere. Everywhere in my district, every single day, we have at least one drive-by shooting in my district, whether it's rural, whether it's suburban, or whether it's urban. They're everywhere. And just 1 block away from Amqui, which is a heavily Hispanic area, last month, the drive-by shooting hit someone.
Councilmember Hancock, we've lost you. Can you hear me?
I think I accidentally muted.
Okay, there you go.
Where did I leave off?
You were making a gesture, and that's all I saw.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that last month, one of the drive-by shootings actually hit a person in the yard. And immediately, then other neighbors that were outside went to help that person, and someone called the police. But the police were not there in 3 minutes, and there was no way that they could have gotten the data to help catch this person. They still have no idea who it was, and have various descriptions from the people that were outside because they were all scared and nervous. And I just think that, if we're going to trust our police officers to serve our city, then we need to trust them that they're going to use this data correctly. We have some checks and balances built in. We need to make sure that they use these. But I feel like this is a way that we can help solve this. And I'm hearing from all members of my community all across my district that this is something that they want, that this is something that I need to vote for. So I'm going to vote in favor, not in favor of the substitute, but in favor of Courtney Johnson's bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Hauser.
Yes, thank you for recognizing me. I have a question that perhaps Mr. Cooper could answer, or someone else on this call. Let's say I'm at home and someone's just snatched my child or shot my neighbor, and I pick up the phone and I quickly call 911, and let's presume I have enough of my wits about me to give a description of the car and the license number. That is probably 3 minutes right there, and the person has already gone past perhaps multiple LPRs. How long does it take from when someone calls 911, gives the information, that information gets put in a database so that the car might be a hit when it passes an LPR? I bet it is more than 3 minutes, but I would like to hear what Mr. Cooper has to say on what the time frame would be between when someone has called in information that, if it showed up on an LPR, could be a hit, but if they've already passed the LPRs and 3 minutes has gone by, then that won't be saved, if I understand this bill correctly. I would like some clarity, please.
Mr. Cooper, do you know?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. That would be a emergency communication center and police department question. I don't know how long it would take them to process that information.
Councilmember Hauser?
Yes, that was my question. I didn't know if anyone had the answer to that on timing or not. Thank you.
All right. All right, Councilmember Sledge?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I do want to thank members for the conversation that we've had. I don't want to downplay anybody's concerns about crime or criminal activity or public safety. What I do want to remind folks of is that for many of us in this body, one of the first actions that we took, really before we even met this term, was the fact that a Metro employee, a Davidson County employee, was misusing data in order to call ICE on people, people who were showing up for their hearings, who were showing up for their probation. And that didn't take any fancy surveillance. That certainly didn't take a contract between ICE and the city. That was a person misusing the information that they had in order to target members of our county. So the thing I do want to push back on when we consider these items is what is the potential for misuse? And to me, if there has been, I mean, we have all experienced this. We all experienced the fact that there was misuse of data that's much less sensitive than what we're talking about here. And it was used for those purposes. And it just took one person going rogue to impact the lives of families in our county. That's why I think we have to, people are talking about, if we're ready for this or not. And I think that's the wrong framing. I think we need to be talking about what are our priorities. And yes, we do have to keep public safety as a priority, but we also have to keep privacy and civil liberties and the fact that this data has been misused in other jurisdictions, and that in our own jurisdiction, when the data didn't exist, it was still that same targeting happened. That's not theoretical. That happened. We all experienced it. So for that reason, I feel a lot more comfortable with this substitute because, again, I'm very much going to push back on the fact that this amended bill is equitable when it puts fixed use LPRs. It's not equitable. This bill, as currently amended, is not equitable. It emphasizes LPR use in districts that have major and collector streets, and that's not every district. That's an inequitable distribution of LPRs. This gets a little bit closer. I don't feel comfortable with LPRs at all. I think you guys kind of get that from my comments, but this substitute is a much better way to ensure that this data is the potential for abuse is limited, because we know it only takes one person misusing the data that they have to hurt people in our city. So I'm supporting the substitute. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Evans.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for recognizing me. I wanted to go back to one of the earlier comments and I guess kind of explore it for just a second. So one of my original concerns about the substitute was really around my experience. The couple of times I have done a ride along with MNPD, that officers are already entering in license plate numbers, while they're stopped, if they see one, or if they're at a street light or whatever, entering them in, to see if there's anything that hits at that time. So I wasn't really making the connection about the 3-minute retention period related to the hit really until this evening. And so one of the, I know that Councilwoman Johnston had mentioned that, if the substitute were passed, the MNPD, really wouldn't look at adding more cameras to their cars, is how I interpreted it. And so I wanted to know if anybody on the call knows, how many cars out there are really using this technology in a fixed way within a car today versus how many are like the officers that I saw, which was hand keying it all in, while they're at a street light. And then the comment that I want to make is that it doesn't feel, and of course I've not been on all the calls with MNPD and discussing this issue since I'm not part of this group that's sponsoring any of this legislation, but it doesn't feel as collaborative on the MNPD side to come to a resolution that's going to work for a majority of the city. And so I say all that to say that I've gotten a lot out of listening to everybody's comments and conversation. And so if there's anybody, Director Cooper or somebody else, maybe that participated in one of the calls, if there's anyone that has that insight, I would appreciate the information. Thank you.
Councilmember Evans, I asked Mr. Cooper, he doesn't know. I'm not sure if anybody is on this call that can answer. Obviously, there's been a series of meetings over this, but I'm not sure if anybody's on the call that can answer that question for you.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Mayor, this is Councilman Nash. To my understanding, there are no LPRs. They've been prohibited up until this time. They have new cameras in the cars where you could add software and make them LPRs, but currently there are no LPRs.
Okay, thank you very much for that information.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. I think there's two things that I wanted to just maybe seek clarification on. Just again, I mean, we've been talking about this for a long time generally and a long time this evening. But one is, and I could seek clarification either from Attorney Cooper or from one of the bill sponsors. One is the idea that this policy is opening Pandora's box and that it cannot be put back. Is it accurate to state that the bill as amended places a time limit on this potential program and a mechanism by which the Metro Council can end it? Is that accurate? And
Mr. Cooper?
Yes, as amended, it is a 6-month sunset unless the council extends it by resolution.
Okay, and so, well, I mean, I guess what I'm listening is saying people are concerned about this getting away from us, and what I'm hearing is that there already is a time limit on it. There already is a mechanism that actually requires council approval to extend it, and even there's a mechanism for the council to end it if the council believes or becomes convinced it's being misused. So I don't really think it's accurate in my estimation, and people may disagree, but to say that initiating a program at some point, because this doesn't even do that, opens Pandora's box that can't be opened. I do get it that there would be a set of data that's available that would age, right? But that's just in my thing. So I wanted to go back and understand about what the timeline is and whether it's possible to end it. So I appreciate that. The other thing that I've heard about is that anyone can misuse data, and I totally believe that that's correct. And I'm wondering if Mr. Cooper, Attorney Cooper, or the bill sponsor could remind me and the body what systems are in place in the bill as amended that would limit or place punishments upon people who do misuse data.
Mr. Cooper?
The bill itself cannot punish anyone for misusing data, but it does include provisions kind of outlining what some of the penalties are under state law that does, make certain actions a crime. But as far as, if you violate the policy, then as an employee, then you could certainly be disciplined under the applicable civil service policies. But as far as criminal penalties, there are none under the ordinance because it's a civil ordinance, but it does reference applicable state law that could impose penalties if you were prosecuted under those laws.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Like I said, I think those are both really valid concerns, but I just wanted to go back and have clarification about what is in the bill that we have voted on as amended, or at least we've added amendments to the bill that address the concerns about whether or not this is opening a Pandora's box, as it's called, that would go on forever, and what provisions are put in place to help avoid misusing data. So thank you for that, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Councilmember Withers. Okay, so we're starting back again. Councilmember Glover, you're on the top of the list.
Call the question.
Councilman Glover has called the previous question. We're not voting on the substitute. We're voting on the previous question again. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Oh, come on, guys.
We have, I heard 2 noes.
Porterfield, and I don't know.
Porterfield and someone else?
Sepulveda.
Sepulveda?
O'Connell was in there. Sledge.
All right, we're going to take a roll call. Okay. Okay, we're voting on the previous question. All right, hold on just a second. For the previous question, you vote yes. If you're against it, you vote no. Madam Clerk, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, previous question. We're on the previous question. Proceed ahead.
Mendez. Yes. Hurt.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Glover.
Yes.
Suara.
Yes.
Hall.
Yes.
Toombs.
Aye.
Gamble,
Yes.
Swope,
Yes.
Parker,
No.
Withers,
Yes.
Benedict,
No.
Van Reese,
Councilmember Van Reese?
No.
Hancock,
Yes.
Young,
No.
Hager,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Bradford,
Yes.
Roten,
Yes.
Syracuse,
Yes.
Welsh,
No.
Sledge,
No.
Cash,
Yes.
O'Connell,
No.
Roberts,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Hauser,
Yes.
Druffel,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Pulley,
Yes.
Johnston,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Vercher,
Councilmember Vercher?
I'll check back, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
Porterfield,
Nope.
Sepulveda,
No.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Stiles,
Yes.
Lee,
No.
Henderson,
Yes.
Rosenberg,
Yes.
and check in with Councilmember Vercher.
Councilmember Vercher?
No.
Twenty-nine to 11.
So the vote on the previous question, ayes 29, noes 11. Previous question prevails. We're on Councilmember Rosenberg's substitute. Okay. All right, so the motion is to approve Councilmember Rosenberg's substitute. If you're for Councilmember Rosenberg's substitute, you would vote yes. If you're opposed to Councilmember Rosenberg's substitute, you would vote no. Everything okay? Okay. Okay. So again, the clerk is going to take the roll. You're voting on Councilmember Rosenberg's substitute. If you're for Councilmember Rosenberg's substitute, you vote aye. If you're against it, you vote no. Madam Clerk, take the vote.
Mendez. Hurt.
Yes.
Allen.
No.
Councilmember Allen?
I
thought it was a no.
No.
No? Okay.
Glover.
No.
Suara.
Yes.
Hall.
No.
Toombs.
No.
Gamble.
No.
Swope.
No.
Parker.
Yes.
Withers.
No.
Benedict.
Yes.
Van Reese.
Yes.
Hancock.
No.
Young.
Yes.
Hager.
No.
Evans.
Yes.
Bradford.
No.
Roten.
Yes.
Syracuse.
Yes.
Welsh.
Councilmember Welsh?
Yes.
Sledge.
Yes.
Cash.
No.
O'Connell.
Yes.
Roberts.
Yes.
Taylor.
Yes.
Hauser. I'll come back. Druffel,
No.
Murphy,
No.
Pulley,
No.
Johnston,
No.
Nash,
No.
Vercher,
Yes.
Porterfield,
Yes.
Sepulveda,
Yes.
Rutherford,
No.
Stiles,
Definitely not.
Lee,
Abstain.
Henderson,
No.
Rosenberg,
Yes.
Hauser,
I think she voted no. Councilmember Hauser?
You're right.
She made a no, so Councilmember Hauser is a no.
Yep. The abstention, yep. Substitute failed.
So the vote is 19 in favor, 20 against. Councilmember Rosenberg's substitute fails
With one abstention.
with one abstention. Okay. All right, so go back to, I'm back to Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized for, you've got a motion on your bill. It's been seconded.
Point of order, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Glover?
Okay, apparently I missed Councilman Mendez's vote because I had it as 39 total with the abstention. So, but everything you just said was 40 total votes.
Yeah, we got 40 votes, Councilmember Glover. It was 19 to 20 to 1.
Okay, I didn't hear Councilman Mendez's vote. Thank you.
He voted yes.
Yeah. All right, so Councilmember Johnston, we're on your bill as amended, and you've got a motion. It's been properly seconded. I hate to ask this, but discussion on the motion. We've got hands coming up. Okay, I'm just telling you, we've been on this bill for 3 hours. I don't want to cut off debate, but we've been debating it for 3 hours. You know what's in the bill. You still want to talk about it? Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would just encourage my colleagues to please vote no. We've heard a lot of community concerns. We've had, as Vice Mayor just pointed out, we've been discussing this for 3 hours, and obviously there are still tons of concerns about the legislation. So I would just ask my colleagues to please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized.
I will be voting no on this legislation, and I would encourage my colleagues to do the same. We've heard all the arguments, and there's just not a whole lot of turning back. Thank you.
Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm making a motion to defer 2 meetings.
All right, so that's it's a motion to defer 2 meetings. I believe that would also be a motion to defer indefinitely. Is that right?
It's to be the third deferral.
It would be the third deferral. All right. So it's a motion to defer indefinitely. We're on a motion to defer 2 meetings.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll make this brief. This is no slight to anybody. The fact that we've talked about this for 3 hours and fundamental questions about this bill came up about what the pilot program was. We just put an amendment on that made the bill that, in my opinion, substantially changed the distribution of LPRs. So with that in mind, yeah, a lot of work has been done on this, but there have been 3 hours of very fundamental questions about this bill. I think the opportunity to discuss it more. We've had all these questions about readiness and rushing and everything else. Let's take our time. Let's just take our time. So I'd renew my motion. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Second.
We already have a second. It's already been seconded. So I'm looking for people on the deferral for 2 meetings, okay? I'm not going to let you talk about the bill. We're on the deferral, okay? Councilmember Sepulveda, your hand's still up.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I support the deferral.
Councilmember Henderson, recognized on the deferral.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I speak in opposition to the deferral, colleagues. We have been talking about this for months. Councilor Gamble has, chaired multiple meetings. It's all been very good discussion and good discussion here tonight as well. I would remind everybody that we're on second reading here. The conversation can continue. And so I think, the community is very engaged at this point. When we get close to the finish line on something of this consequence and we have conversations of this length, that's when the community really starts to pay attention and engage. And so between now and final reading, we will hear from the community and we can ask more questions. It's second reading. Deferring this now indefinitely defers it. We've got the budget looming. I would encourage us, I know we're all tired, but let's please stay the course and get this across the finish line, for or against. But I would encourage you not to support the deferral, please.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. I'm also against the deferral. I certainly don't want to defer this indefinitely. I think there's been so much work, so much community engagement, so many meetings. We've had an incredible amount of collaboration. There's no reason to defer this. Again, I'll reiterate Council Lady Henderson's point in that this is just second reading. And so this debate will continue on third. Please vote against this deferral.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you vote against the deferral, there's no more amending this bill. It's unamendable on third, so it's written in stone with a vote against deferral tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized. On the deferral.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
On the deferral motion.
Yep. Understood. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I also am supportive of deferring this bill. We're impacting 700,000 Nashvillians' lives. And this is something that is worth 3 hours of debate and more. And I think that we need to spend more time on it. Most importantly, and the budget was brought up, I think it's critical that we talk about the cost of this, which has not been brought up until tonight. And we don't know what that's going to be. And we don't know if it's going to be 4% funds. We don't know if it's going to come through this body or not. So as we head into the budget season, I think we need to understand, and the public certainly made it clear to us last year, I think that we need to understand how much money we're giving to MNPD and what it's being used for. So I think there's a lot of questions that still need to be asked even after this debate. And because this is not amendable on third, which was going to be a question I had for Director Cooper, I do know that it's not amendable on third. I think it's important that we get this right and that we understand all of the consequences, especially at a time where our money has been so tight. So I am in support of the deferral, and I hope that you will vote with me on that as well.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hauser.
Yes, I would like to see this bill deferred. I think the fact that we have debated for 3 hours and there's so much work that has gone into it and we are still this close on the vote points to the fact that more work needs to be done. This is something we're going to live with, even though it's a pilot for 6 months, it's setting a standard. And I would hope that we could defer it and do some more work in collaboration. Thank you.
Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I wish we had taken this much time to debate creating a Department of Transit and Transportation and doing an MOU that there are no peer cities that have ever done.
Councilmember Hall, we're on a deferral motion. Okay.
We are on a deferral motion, and on the deferral motion, I'm definitely not in favor of deferring this indefinitely because we didn't do it for anything else that mattered even more with a cost 10 times higher.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have been in situations of having a bill where you've gone so far and you want to get it over the finish line. But I do agree that the 3-hour debate tonight has been fruitful. And I would support a deferral, and I don't think it's going to hurt anybody's side in this. And I appreciate all my colleagues' input and comments tonight. It's helped me, and I do think that a deferral is not the wrong way to go. I think we have a little more time on this. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Stiles?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I do not support a deferral at this time. I realize that there's been 3 hours of engagement this evening, but there has been a lot of conversation and a lot of work done over the last several months. I think that the amendment we've come to is very solid, is a good middle ground, and I think we need to move forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Gamble?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would also like to speak against the deferral. There has been a lot of debate tonight, but I'd just like to make sure everybody remembers that we've had at least 6 meetings over the last 5 months with 2 hours each explaining each bill, explaining the amendments. And if council members participated in those meetings, they would have had their answers or questions answered. In addition to that, the accusation of the statement that this would not be distributed equitably is not true. In addition to being distributed on major collector streets, it also states in Amendment 1 that the cameras shall be distributed equitably across the north, south, east, and west quadrants.
Councilmember, we're on a deferral motion.
So for those reasons,
Okay.
I against the deferral. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Porterfield?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I support the deferral, and I will ask my colleagues to please support the deferral. As we've already said, we're 3 hours in at this point. The fact that the council is split in half on such an important vote shows that there is still either that's more work to be done or more conversation to be had. But this is an extremely important vote. We've been asked to slow it down. We are split in half. So I would just ask my colleagues to please support a deferral.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hancock?
So speaking of the truth on the floor, is it true that this is not amendable on third, or could we suspend the rules on third?
I think I can answer that one. If you get the proper suspension of the rules, you can amend anything on third. Correct, Mr. Cooper?
Correct.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Rutherford? What? I've lost the entire thing. Councilmember Rutherford?
I think we're done.
So hold on just a second. We're having problems connecting to the network.
Mr. Vice Mayor, yeah, we lost a lot of people from the meeting, it looks like.
Yeah, I think we've lost them all.
Maybe it's past their bedtime.
Guys, I'm still here, even though I can't get on WebEx.
Hold on. All council members, first of all, we have lost complete connections to everybody. Second of all, we can hear anything you say, so you're on camera. So I would request that you all just hold tight.
Mr. Vice Mayor, were you soliciting jokes?
As I said,
I can answer for him.
as I said, everything you say is being recorded and is on television.
Vice Mayor, this is Van Reese. I actually lost you when Councilmember Syracuse was speaking and then had to come back in. So I don't know whether or not.
We are.
I don't know.
We still have people in the queue on the motion to defer, and so that's where we are. So.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I've been sitting in this chair for what time is it? 11:30? 5 hours. I'm going to take a 5-minute break so we can figure out what's going on. Everybody just hold tight. 5 minutes.
Can anyone in the chambers hear us?
Looks like we've got a lot of folks back, Mr. Vice Mayor. Can you hear WebEx?
The Vice Mayor doesn't appear to be in his seat.
Council. Do you have anything going on with that domain controller edition that they're doing tonight that would cause us to lose network? We got a bad phone. So I'm running the council meeting right now.
I've got the TV on. No,
We're calling
we are not
the meeting
being
back to
broadcast on
order.
TV.
We are calling the meeting back to order. I will remind the council members that everything y'all just said has been on air. Okay? We just told you that you were on air. I heard council members cussing on air. You were on air.
You were well behaved.
Just telling you. We told you that you were on air, and you were on air. All right. So we are back on the queue. We're on a motion to defer 2 meetings. Okay? I'm looking at the queue. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I'm just going to stick to process considerations here. I think that coming into this meeting, we all knew that this legislation was consequential. We knew that it was important. We knew that it was important to us, important to our constituents. We have applied substantial amendments to this legislation this evening. I don't think that having another opportunity to analyze, to talk with our constituents, and to potentially amend, if necessary, this legislation, I don't think that that is a bad thing. I think that the 3 hours that we've spent here were extremely productive, and I am just deeply grateful to all my colleagues who have put so much work into this. I think that we might at this point be selling ourselves a little bit short to say, like, let's just push this substantially amended legislation that we have collaborated on so thoroughly this evening. Let's just push it across the finish line. Because, yes, I understand that a rule suspension can occur on third reading and permit amendments, but the dynamics of this body are very unlikely with this respect to this legislation to permit any suspension of rules on third reading. As we all know, it requires 2 members of the body to oppose that suspension of rules to allow an amendment on third reading of such legislation. So I am certain that there would be 2 objections to any amendment on third reading, no matter the merits of that amendment. So I would urge colleagues to support the deferral. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Johnston, you're the last person in the queue.
That was an old hand, and when I went to take the hand down, it kicked me out of the meeting. So I'm not showing a hand up in my, but I don't know what's going on. I think several people got kicked out, honestly.
Okay.
But I'm against the deferral motion. I'm not interested in indefinitely deferring this. I think we've come a long way. I think 582 as amended. I think we just need to, if you're gonna vote against it, vote against it. If you're for it, let's move it forward. And I'm not interested in pushing this into the budget as well, because that's not fair to anybody. I think there's just been a lot of work on this, and I think this is a good bill, and I hope people will support the bill as amended and reject the deferral.
All right, so we are ready to vote. What I'm scared of is that we lost members. I'm not seeing everybody in the queue.
Point of order, Vice Mayor, can we do like a voice vote to see who's here? Is that appropriate?
So I'm going to check with Mr. Cooper and try to figure out what we've got, because I think when the system went down, I think we kicked some of the members off the thing.
We just have to do a roll call to see who's here.
Okay. So we are, I think that.
We may not have a quorum.
Yeah, we got to figure out if we have a quorum to proceed. I can't tell. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, we are going to, you're not voting on anything. You're just simply saying that you're connected. It's a quorum call. Okay. Because we just don't know how many people we lost. All right. Madam Clerk, again, all you're doing is just answering aye. We're not voting on anything. We just need to know if you're here. Okay.
I think we have enough. But...
Okay. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Yes, Councilman Mendez is present. Hurt.
Present.
Allen.
Present.
Glover.
Present.
Laura.
Present.
Hall.
Councilmember Hall.
Toombs.
Present.
Gamble.
Present.
Swope.
I'm here.
Parker.
Parker's present.
Withers.
Present.
Benedict.
Present.
Van Rees.
Present.
Hancock.
Present.
Young.
Present.
Hager.
Present.
Evans.
Present.
Bradford.
Present.
Roden.
Present.
Syracuse.
Councilmember Syracuse has been booted from the meeting. He can't get on.
Welsh.
Present.
Sledge.
Present.
Cash.
Present.
O'Connell.
Present.
Roberts.
Present.
Taylor.
Present.
Hauser.
Present.
Druffel.
Present.
Murphy.
Present.
Pulley.
Here.
Johnston.
Present.
Nash.
Present.
Vercher.
Present.
Porterfield.
Present.
Sepulveda.
President.
Rutherford.
Here.
Stiles.
Present.
Lee.
Connected.
Henderson.
Here.
Rosenberg.
Present.
Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Syracuse. There are 38 members Present, Vice Mayor.
All right, so apparently Councilmember Syracuse is trying to get back on, so is Councilmember Hall. The reason why that's important is that these votes have been very, very close. It's a little, I think it's probably unfair if they're trying to get back on to not let them try. So we're going to give it just a second. And we're going to see if these individuals can get back on.
Go ahead and take third reading consent or something.
Vice Mayor?
Councilmember Hall?
Yeah, I'll say I got cut off. I'm back on.
Okay, you're back on. Councilmember Syracuse is trying to get back on. We're going to wait for just a minute. We can always call them. Well, I got Councilmember Syracuse's answering machine. All right. Look, I'm hesitant to take a vote without everybody voting. Okay? It's not.
He's on, we've got him on Slade's.
We
hang up and we'll call him.
Okay. All right. So let me tell you where we are. We are on a motion to defer 2 meetings, which is an indefinite deferral.
Can you call Councilman?
I'm going to call Councilmember Syracuse. There's nobody else in the queue. So you'll be voting on a motion to defer. If you want the deferral, you vote yes. Here he comes. Councilmember Syracuse, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, you are sitting at the front table with me. All right. Hopefully my phone won't die. It's almost out of battery.
It's odd that I can see you, but I can't get through an audio on my computer.
Well,
But I'm sitting in front of it.
sometimes it's better just to see me and not hear me. Okay. So anyway, okay. So here's where we are, Councilmember Syracuse. We are getting ready to vote on a motion to defer 2 meetings. All right. We've got everybody on. We've got all 40 members on. And so we are ready to vote. There's nobody else in the queue. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to take the roll. If you're for the deferral, you'd vote yes. If you're against the deferral, you vote no. Okay? Madam Clerk, take the vote.
Mendez? Yes. Hurt?
Yes.
Allen?
Yes.
Glover?
No.
Suara?
Yes.
Hall?
No.
Toombs?
No.
Gamble?
No.
Swope?
No.
Parker?
Yes.
Withers?
No.
Benedict?
Yes.
Van Rees?
Yes.
Hancock?
No.
Young?
Vice Mayor, I'm back.
Oh, okay.
No.
Hager?
No.
Evans?
No.
Bradford?
Yes.
Roden?
Yes.
Syracuse,
Yes.
Welsh,
Yes.
Sledge,
Yes.
Cash,
Yes.
O'Connell,
Aye.
Roberts,
Yes.
Taylor,
Aye.
Hauser,
Yes.
Druffel,
No.
no, Murphy,
No.
Pulley,
No.
Johnston,
No.
Nash,
No.
Bircher,
Yes.
Porterfield,
Yes.
Sepulveda,
Yes.
Rutherford,
No.
Stiles,
No.
Lee,
Yes.
Henderson,
No.
Rosenberg.
Yes.
Yep.
The motion for deferral, ayes 22, noes 18, motion passes. The bill is deferred 2 meetings, which means the bill is deferred indefinitely. But obviously, the same thing with 581 and 582, they've both been deferred indefinitely. They can both be brought back. Okay, we are on page 13. Councilmember Syracuse is on our system now. We're on BL 2021-654, and we'll take 655 together. These are by Councilmember Rosenberg, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws. This is 654. By changing from RM2 to RS40, property located at 6,000 River Valley Drive, southeast corner of River Valley Drive and Newsom Station Road, located within a plan unit development overlay, 58.48 acres. And BL 2021-655 by Councilmember Rosenberg, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by canceling a portion of the Riverwalk Plan Unit Development District located at 6,000 River Valley Drive, the southeastern corner of River Valley Drive and Newsom Station Road, also 58.48 acres, approved for 61 multifamily dwelling units. Councilmember Mendez needs to be listed as abstaining on both these bills. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized on both these bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to defer 1 meeting, please.
Okay, so that's on both of them, right? 654 and 655. Okay,
Yes,
so
please.
the motion is to defer 1 meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Allen, your hand's up on this one?
Yes, sir. Just for clarification, will that be re-referred to the planning committee?
Would you like the committee report, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, let's get the committee report.
Okay.
and then-
Committee reports, Councilmember Murphy, go ahead.
The committee report is to defer 1 meeting on both 654 and 655, 16 in favor, 0 against, which means it remains in our committee. There's
Okay.
no need to re-refer.
Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Allen comes back to planning. All right, so we're on a motion to defer on 654 and 655 for deferral for 1 meeting. Anybody in the queue? Nobody else? All those in favor of deferral for 1 meeting, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Looks like it's 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
It's actually 39, 0, and 1.
I'm sorry, 39, 0, and 1. That's right.
Voting aye, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
Okay, 39 in favor, 0 against, 1 abstention. Motion passes on both to defer 1 meeting. We're on item number 32, BL 2021-675, Councilmember Toombs, Stiles, and Benedict. Ordinance to amend Chapter 3.52 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to councilmember compensation studies. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
All right, personnel, I think that's Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized.
We voted for a 1 meeting deferral, 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized for the Budget Committee report.
Uh-oh. I do not have the number, but I know that Budget and Finance voted to recommend a one meeting deferral. Let's see, 1 second.
Okay, do we have it? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. We can take that. So,
11-4-0 against.
all right, Councilmember Toombs, you're on your bill.
Move for a one meeting deferral.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs has moved for a one meeting deferral, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral? Nobody in the queue. We're voting on a one meeting deferral. All those in favor of the one meeting deferral say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Looks like it's 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swallow, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nashville, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stousley, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, 40 in favor, 0 against, one meeting deferral. We're on item number 33, BL 2021-676. Council members Sepulveda, Porterfield, Bradford, Stiles, and a host of other council members. Ordinance amending Title IV of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to the membership of the Procurement Standards Board and certain contract requirements. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the amendment.
Okay, you need a committee report, budget and finance.
Committee reports.
Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval as substituted, 12-4-0 against.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Sepulveda, back to you.
Move the substitute.
All right, so Councilmember Sepulveda has moved a substitute, properly seconded. Councilmember Sepulveda, on your substitute.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Colleagues, the substitute basically addresses some of the preemption, the possibility of preemption by the state. And so it just defines a couple of terms, and it states within the substitute, limiting our scope to say within what the state allows us to do. The biggest change that it does have is that the procurement board, it changes it from one member being chosen by the human relations director to one member being chosen by the commission as a whole. And with that, I ask for your support for the substitute.
So Councilmember Sepulveda, again, has explained the substitute. It was properly seconded. Discussions on the substitute. Councilmember Cash.
I appreciate Council Member Sepulveda putting this legislation forward and making adjustments to it as it's moved and as the state has taken action. I do have a question. So it only is going to apply to like contracts that Metro enters into, and so I guess I'm mainly curious about like when we use Barnes Fund money to give to a nonprofit to build housing. I'm just curious if any of these regulations will apply to that or protections.
That is correct, Council Member. It's only regarding any contracts that are awarded through Metro, and I'll let Director Cooper address any Barnes funds.
Mr. Cooper?
Barnes Fund construction is not procured through Metro's procurement code, so this only applies to contracts that Metro is entering into for things to be built for Metro.
Okay, thank you. I'm in support.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Cash. Councilmember Glover?
Hey, Vice Mayor. So, Director Cooper, let me get you to explain that a bit further. Let's use the soccer stadium as an example, where the city secured the bonding for that. However, they're going to pay it back. Would this apply or would it not apply given the recent move from the state?
I believe that the Sports Authority, although it does have its own authority for procurement, I believe that they did use Metro procurement for doing the RFPs, so it would apply in that context if Metro procurement is being used.
So would that mean that anything that uses Metro money, if we're the guaranteeing body on a general obligation or revenue bond or whatever the case may be, then the state procurement would, what they just passed wouldn't come into play here?
I'm sorry, I didn't follow.
Well, so what I'm asking is, if we have another contract coming down the road, and Metro is going to be the one who secures the loan, then does that leave it open as far as if it's going through procurement that we would have to follow this legislation versus what the state has passed?
Well, theoretically, we would follow both as much as possible. But yes, it would apply to a future Metro capital project that is using Metro funds, whether that be bond funds or otherwise, to pay for the project and being procured through Metro's procurement system.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Glover. Other council members? Nobody else in the queue? We're on the motion to approve the substitute. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Looks like it's 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Sowsley, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, looks like the vote is 40 in favor, 0 against for passage of 2021-676 on second reading. Any corrections to that? Councilmember O'Connell, for what purpose?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we had just approved the substitute. I was going to speak on the bills.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry. So 40, yeah, so we approved the substitute, so we're now back on the bill as substituted. All right, so Councilmember Sepulveda, back to you first.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I just want to thank several of my colleagues who are co-sponsors on this. We have several sponsors from all across the council with different perspectives, but I'm glad that we're able to come together on this. This has been legislation that we have been working on for about a year now, but there are several worker groups and unions who have been working on this for far longer. So basically what the legislation does is the Get It Right bill expands the procurement board to include a nominee from the council body, to include a nominee from the Human Relations Commission, and to include a representative of labor. And we thought that this would be a good idea to make sure that we have more input on what the procurement board does, and that there is also community input. Our goal is to go into business with responsible bidders. We're going to have contracts with subcontractors. We are going to utilize OSHA training and apprenticeship programs. And the reason that we're doing this is because we have had wage theft in the city. We have had several deaths in the city. This is one of the most dangerous cities in the South when it comes to construction. And Metro is the largest buyer of construction in this city. Construction accounted for 8% of workplace fatalities. That has jumped up to more than 50% after 2016. Last year, many of y'all know, we lost a 16-year-old by the name of Gustavo Ramirez. He fell 120 feet from a lift, and he died, and his family won't ever see him again. And his story is not uncommon in our city, unfortunately. There are way too many workers who are dying, who are building this city, and it is important for us to protect our workers. He was employed by a subcontractor under the general contractor DF Chase, who bids for Metro contracts. Now, we could only control what Metro does, but I think it is important for us to set a high standard for the private sector as well. We should be an example, and we can't afford to waste more time because people are dying. There are construction widows. And that's unfathomable. Like, that is ridiculous. We should be taking care of our workers, and this legislation will do that. This legislation will make sure that we contract with people who are going to be high road contractors. We can't afford to do the same, and I hope that this is only the beginning of what we're able to do for our workers, and we need to make sure that we spend our Metro funds appropriately. And with that, I would ask for your support.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Sepulveda. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Really just want to take a second to appreciate Councilmember Sepulveda's leadership on this and the really incredible number of co-sponsors who have joined the coalition. In District 19, we do an incredible amount of construction, and unfortunately, I have been advised of too many cases of wage theft, worker injury, or death. And these are common sense reforms to Metro that give us better probability that workers can have opportunities to be safer on the work site and have their financial interests better protected by allowing Metro to be a reference standard, as Councilmember Sepulveda referenced. I really appreciate colleagues' support on this and encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll keep it short. I want to thank Councilmember Sepulveda for a job well done. I work in the realm of getting money from the federal government. We spend hours on our CARES Act, making sure that we do everything right. We want to make sure we follow all the rules when we get money from other places. And I think it does make sense that when we do give contract out and people are working with Metro, that we hold them to a higher standard. And what's happening right now is not acceptable. So doing it better, making sure there's more accountability, making sure that our workers are being taken care of, our residents, is very important. Another thing about the bill also is that oftentimes main contractors will use the excuse of a subcontractor doing it. And with federal government grants, you have to monitor your sub-recipients. You have to make sure they're doing the right thing. You have to make sure that you are responsible for the contract as a whole. And I think that just making sure that we treat our workers right, making sure that wage theft is taken care of, making sure that whoever is getting our money, our taxpayers' well-earned money, I think that we're holding them accountable. I think that's what it is. That's why it's getting right. Make sure that we are holding people accountable when they're getting our money. And I think this is a great bill, and I hope that everyone will support it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Suara. Councilmember Welsh.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I stand in support of all my colleagues who have spoken now about in support of this bill. I don't think that as a representative of Metro government that I ever want to be supportive of any policy that allows workers to be paid unfairly, that allows workers to be subjective to conditions that threaten their health and livelihood going forward. And I think that we as a council need to take a stand on that and make sure that we support bills like these that say we respect the workers who work within the jurisdiction of Metro, and we will protect them and do everything that we can to make sure that they are paid fairly and are treated fairly, and that they have recourse if something goes wrong. So I highly encourage my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, I've just got to say this because, you know, it's amazing we're worried about this. And I realize this council, we've only been together for now we're about to go into the second budget season. But our own employees in Metro, we have not honored our word to them. There's a lot of things we haven't done with our own employees. And to hear this compelling argument that's coming out as far as outside of taking care of Metro government employees, while it's appreciated, I also have to speak very loudly on behalf of the Metro employees, because we have literally violated. After we said we were going to give them raises, after we said we were going to do this and do that, we didn't do it. So this is a challenge for me, because we're not even taking care of our own folks, and we keep expanding on what we want to do. So I just wanted to share, the next time we look at Metro employees, I hope we take as much care and as much consideration as we're doing with this. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Glover. We've got people in the queue. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I kind of want to echo the sentiment of my colleague Steve Glover here. I think that this is some necessary reform and legislation, and I'm fully supportive of it. And I'm deeply grateful for Councilmember Sepulveda's leadership and all the sponsors on this. We've got folks working for Metro, subcontracting for Metro right now who, be it, event cleanup, be it the contract labor staffers that we use at the East Convenience Center, be it other places, who are working for $8 and change an hour, and that's contract defined wages. I think there's a lot of work that we have to do in this space, not only for our, capital M Metro employees, but when we look at who is doing the work that keeps Metro going, I think that we need to take a broader look at that. And I think that this is a good step in the right direction. But, for example, with the East Convenience Center, I mean, it's in my district, and I know that, the staffing company that we use that pays people $8 and change an hour, they have difficulty staffing those shifts on days when, let's say it's 35 degrees and raining outside, so maybe that's a shift worth picking up when it's 75 degrees and sunny, but we have staffing issues over there because of the low wages that are baked into the contract that we use for that contract labor. So I'm all about taking care of the people who keep Metro running, and the people who keep our trash collected, and the people who clean up after our big, wonderful events that make Nashville the it city. I'm all for that. And I hope that this body will be open to making sure that we have high standards for those people as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. I got Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to thank the council members that voted to take care of Metro employees during the last budget season. That was very helpful. Also, I want to thank Councilmember Sepulveda, and also, the point that Councilmember Parker makes is important. This isn't an either or. The leadership Councilmember Sepulveda is showing on this issue is important, and there's no reason to delay it or try to pit any group of employees against each other. Everybody can be, we can do better with everybody, and this is a great start, and I hope can keep the ball rolling. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Young.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I guess I want to build on some similar points, because I guess I'm just confused why legislation that wants to make sure that people who put in an honest day's work are paid an honest day's wage when they're building things for Metro. I'm a little confused why that had anything to do with our Metro employees, because I think most, if not all, of the co-sponsors of this legislation actually voted to give raises and make sure that we didn't have to furlough any Metro employees. So I'm I'm a little struck by that, but we need to make sure that everyone in Nashville can make sure that if they're working on something that gets a Metro dollar, whether it's through a contractor or whether it's through a paycheck through the fire department, one, that they actually get paid for what they're doing and that they do it and they can do it safe. So I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this because I believe people should get paid for when they work. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Young. Councilmember Cash.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I agree with what Councilman Rosenberg and Councilman Young just said. And I am scratching my head a little bit at the tone of the accusation that we are not supportive of wages. This is about this is about people's safety. This is about a boy who's never going to earn a wage again. So I am scratching my head at why this is becoming a different issue. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for recognizing me. And I want to echo my colleague from the district or from the Madison area on the confusion about how we haven't been taking care of our Metro employees. I agree we fought to make sure we didn't lay any of them off. And unlike some members of this body who over the course of their political career actually touts their efforts in outsourcing Metro jobs, such as our school janitors. So I hope this means that they've had a change of heart and they would be glad to start bringing those jobs back into Metro so that we can make sure they are actually making an honest day's wage for all the work that they do for our city.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I hope that we cannot kind of get into pitting against each other on past votes at this hour after midnight. And so I would like to call the question, and hopefully we can celebrate a passing of this bill tonight.
Councilmember Withers, you were very close, but you can't do that when you started talking, so you just missed. But I would agree with you. It is late, and we certainly don't want to start pitting each other against each other. We've been, we just need to get through this. We started moving away from the contents of this bill, and I'm getting ready to bring everybody back in. Councilmember Porterfield, recognized on the bill.
I have a question.
Councilmember Porterfield has called the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. Do we have 40 or 39? I think we're still at 40. 40 members, 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swirl, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, 40 in favor, 0 against on the previous question. That prevails. So we're back on Councilmember Sepulveda's bill, BL 2021-676 as substituted. That's what we're voting on. All those in favor of BL 2021-676 as substituted, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. 40 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swirl, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Duffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
Okay, vote is 40 in favor, 0 against on the bill as substitute, passes on second reading. We are on item number 38, BL 2021-691 by Councilmembers Welsh, Toombs, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the acquisition of certain right-of-way easements, drainage easements, temporary construction easements, and property rights by negotiation, condemnation for use in public projects of the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Department of Public Works for implementation of complete streets from I-24 to Foothill Roads. We're on the bill, 2021-691. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
All right, Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 11-4-0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning was 16 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and Public Works, Councilmember Nash.
Public Works recommends approval, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Welsh.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay.
Point of order. On that committee report, there was an abstention on that as well.
Councilmember Henderson, on which one? Public Works?
Yes, Public Works Committee report.
All right, Councilmember Nash. And you are muted, Councilmember Nash.
Just a second, I'm looking that up. I have 6-0-0. Maybe Director Cooper has a different count.
Mr. Cooper?
There was an abstention. That's why it was not on consent.
Okay, so.
Mr. Chair, I do recall that.
Okay, my fault.
That's okay.
One abstention.
All right, so one abstention in Public Works. Okay, Councilmember Welsh has moved approval of 2021-691 on second reading. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion?
Vice Mayor, I'd like to be recorded as abstaining, please.
Okay, so Councilmember Henderson will be recorded as abstaining. All in favor of this bill on second reading, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. And Councilmember Henderson abstained, so the vote is 38 in favor, 0 against, and 1 abstention. Okay. All right. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye. Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swirl, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Swirl, Slash, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnson, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Rosenberg.
Okay. 38 in favor, 0 against, 1 abstention. Any changes to that? Bill passes on second reading. Councilmember Hall, you've got the next one, Bill 2021-693, an ordinance establishing a special solid waste commission to review and identify solutions for the long-term disposal of Nashville solid waste. Councilmember Hall.
Committee report, please.
All right, Public Works, Councilmember Nash.
Voted to defer one meeting, 7-4 and 0 against.
Okay. And Rules and Confirmation, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules and Confirmations voted to defer by rule.
Deferred by rule. So the bill is deferred by rule, Councilmember Hall. Okay, it'll
yes, sir.
Deferred one meeting. We're on the next one, BL 2021-694, Councilmembers Hall and Hurt. Ordinance requiring all existing culverts, inlets, storm drains, and ditches within the T2 Rural Neighborhood Policy and T3 Suburban Neighborhood Policy to be upgraded, retrofitted, and/or constructed to current stormwater management manual standards by December 31st, 2026. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Committee report, please.
Okay, Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend a one meeting deferral, 10-4-0 against.
All right, and Public Works, Councilmember Nash.
Voted to defer one meeting, 9-4-0 against.
All right, Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Move for one meeting deferral, please,
All right,
sir.
so the motion is to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the deferral, one meeting, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Looks like it's 39 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye. Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swirl, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Parker, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Swirl, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnson, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
Okay. Vote is 39 in favor, 0 against for a one meeting deferral. Last bill I've got on second reading, BL 2021-717 by Councilmember Johnston. Ordinance providing for the waiver of certain building permit fees for the repair or rebuilding of property damage as a result of the March 28, 2021 flooding. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. Committee reports, please.
All right. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
Okay, Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 11-4-0 against.
Okay. Okay, Coats and Fair and Farmers Market, Councilmember Cash.
We voted 6-0 to defer one meeting.
Okay. Councilmember Johnston, back to you.
Thank you. During the Codes Committee discussion, it was pointed out this the fee would be only waived for building permits, and the flood, as compared to the tornado, people's houses with the tornado was reduced to a pile of bricks. They were literally having to pull building permits to rebuild their structure. The flood is not necessarily that way, but things like electrical permits and plumbing permits that were not in this legislation need to be added in. So I wanted to defer it so that I could clarify that in the legislation. So I would move a one-meeting deferral so I can clear that up.
So Councilmember Johnston has moved a one-meeting deferral, properly seconded. Any discussion on the one-meeting deferral? Seeing none. All those in favor of the one-meeting deferral say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 39 in favor of the deferral, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Druffel, Murphy, Pulley, Johnson, Nashville, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
Okay, motion to defer passes, 39 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections? Motion passes. I believe we're on bills on third reading. All right, so we're going to go through the consent calendar. We have one on third reading. I'll go through those. The first one is on the first bill, 52, BL 2020-448 is on consent. 526 is on consent. $646 on consent. $656 on consent. $667 on consent. $669 on consent. $671 on consent. $672 on consent. $674 on consent. $677 on consent. $678 on consent. $679 on consent. $680 on consent. $681 on consent. $682 on consent. $683, $684, $685, and $688 on consent. Anything needs to be bumped off of consent? Councilmember Glover?
Yes, Vice Mayor. I don't know if you have to bump it off, but on 656, I need to abstain, please, sir.
Okay, hold on. Okay. So 656 will bump off consent so you can abstain, okay?
Thank you.
I've just been told that Councilmember Toombs needs to pull 448 off.
Okay, hold on. And then we're also pulling 448 off, the first bill on the consent calendar. All right, so we just pulled 448 off of consent and also 656 off of consent. Anything else needs to be pulled off? I've got Councilmember Toombs. I assume that was for pulling that bill off. Councilmember, no, another one? Councilmember Toombs? Okay.
Yes, item number 58, 669 also needs to come off.
Okay, 58, 669 needs to also come off of consent. Councilmember Glover, do we take care of your issue? I'm looking. Councilmember Glover? All right, I think we took care of him. Okay, so I'm going to go through the bills on consent on third reading. Okay, the first one is BL 2020-526, item number 53. Councilmember Taylor, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from IWD to CS zoning for properties located at 4000 Dr. Walter S. Davis Boulevard and Dr. Walter S. Davis Boulevard, unnumbered, approximately 445 feet east of 44th Avenue North, 19.31 acres. Next bill is item number 55, BL 2021-646, O'Connell, Nash, Hancock, Welsh, and Parker. Ordinance making amendments to various provisions of Titles 2, 12, and 13 of the Metropolitan Code to facilitate the implementation and operation of a smart parking program. Next item is item 57, BL 2021-667 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS 15 to SP zoning for property located at 4027 Red Rose Court, approximately 660 feet west of Windover Drive, 0.94 acres. Next item is item number 60, BL 2021-671 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1911 Haley Avenue. It's approximately 315 feet northeast of Esther Avenue. It's 0.45 acres. BL 2021-672 by Councilmember Welsh. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 119 Oriole Avenue, approximately 400 feet west of Miller Street, 0.27 acres. Next item is item number 63, BL 2021-674 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 7.5 to RM20 ANS zoning for properties located at 2307, 2311, and 2315 Whites Creek Pike, and Whites Creek Pike unnumbered at the corner of Luzon Street and Whites Creek Pike, 1.26 acres. BL 2021-677 by Councilmembers Allen, Nash, Sledge, and Suara. An ordinance amending Metro Code, Chapter 10.20, Waste Management by adding Article 5 to allow for the Metropolitan Government to recover costs for development plans review by the Department of Public Works relating to waste management. BL 2021-678 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance amending Chapter 12.68 of the Metropolitan Code by adding a section regarding regulating the transportation of liquefied petroleum gas. Item number 66, BL 2021-679 by Councilmember Rosenberg. Ordinance amending Title 13 of the Metropolitan Code to clarify exemptions applicable to vehicle emission sensors. BL 2021-680 by Councilmember Hurt. Ordinance amend Section 16.04.200 of the Metropolitan Code to require fence cross beams and bracing to face the interior of the property. BL 2021-681 by Councilmember O'Connell, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance to amend the GIS Systems Street and Alley Centerline layer for the Metropolitan Government by renaming a portion of Division Street from 8th Avenue South to 9th Avenue South to Old Division Street. BL 2021-682 by O'Connell, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing Mill Creek Residential Trust, LLC, to install, construct, and maintain underground and area encroachments in the right-of-way located at 810 Division Street. Item number 70, BL 2021-683, Hancock, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon an existing public sanitary sewer main, a sanitary sewer manhole, and easement, and to accept new sanitary sewer mains, manholes, and easements for 5 property located on Needley's Bend Road, also known as Fox Valley Subdivision. BL 2021-684 by O'Connell, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary and sewer manholes, and easements for 8 properties located on Adams Street, Taylor Street, and First Avenue North. BL 2021-685 by Councilmember O'Connell, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept a new sanitary sewer manhole and easement for property located at 800 4th Avenue South. And BL 2021-688 by Councilmember Van Rees. An ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to execute a quitclaim deed conveying a small portion of the Madison Branch Library property. Those are the items on the consent calendar. Did anything need to come off? Seeing nobody that moving anything off, we have 2 groups giving us committee reports. I'm going to go to Councilmember Van Rees for Parks, Library, and Arts. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, the Parks, Library, and Arts Committee met about 9 hours ago, and we voted in favor of passage of 688, 5 in favor, 0 against.
I think that was yesterday. Councilmember Murphy, you got the other one. Planning and zoning, you got a couple of bills. Councilmember Murphy? She's not on here.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Withers? Yeah, I was going to call on you next.
It's Councilmember Murphy. I know she has a very busy day at her day job tomorrow. So if she's not on, I can probably give you those numbers if you can bear with me.
Sure. You want me to go over the numbers for you?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, please.
All right. BL 2020-448. I'm sorry, that one's been bumped. Wait a minute, let me make sure I've got this right. 448 got bumped. BL 2025-26.
Okay, 526, we voted in favor, 15 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Let's see. Now I've got another one got bumped. 667, BL 2021-667.
Planning and zoning also voted for that one, 15 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Well, 669 got bumped. Let's see. 671. 671. Yeah.
671 also voted in favor, 15 for, 0 against.
Okay. 672
Also 15 in favor, 0 against.
and 674.
That one was also 15 in favor, 0 against.
All right. And if you don't mind, if you will make a motion to approve all bills on third reading consent.
I will make a motion that we approve all bills on consent for the third reading.
Okay. Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the third reading consent calendar? Seeing none, we're voting. All in favor of the third reading consent calendar, say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So my guess is it's 38 in favor, 0 against, because Councilmember Murphy is not here. Okay. 80 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swirl, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Swirl, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnson, Nash, Verger, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stilesley, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, 38 in favor, 0 against on the third reading consent calendar. Any changes to that? Third reading consent passes. All right, before I move further, it is now 20 till 1. I believe it is, what's today, April the 21st. It is Councilmember Steve Glover's 25th wedding anniversary with his wife, Sandy. I just want to make sure that we recognize that, okay?
Happy anniversary.
So, poor Sandy.
Happy anniversary.
All I can say is that I very much have a tremendous amount of respect for Sandy.
She has a special place in heaven, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think we all know that. All right, so moving on. Congratulations. BL 2020-448, these are bills on third reading. Councilmember Toombs is the sponsor. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from CL to MULA NS zoning for properties located at 2213 Gain Street, 2236 Whites Creek Pike at the southeast corner of Free Silver Road and Whites Creek Pike. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Councilmember Withers, this is 448.
For 448, planning and zoning recommended 15 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you. Move for a one-meeting deferral.
All right, so Councilmember Toombs has moved for a one-meeting deferral, properly seconded. Any discussion on the one-meeting deferral? Seeing none, we're voting on a one-meeting deferral. All in favor of one-meeting deferral, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Looks like we lost Councilmember Johnston, so it's 37 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swirl, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Nash, Verger, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stilesley, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, so bill is deferred one meeting, 37 in favor, 0 against. We're on item number 54, BL 2020-578 by Councilmember Taylor. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Government by changing the preliminary plan for properties located at 1 City Avenue, 4, 5, 6, and 8 City Boulevard, 7 and 9 City Place, and City Boulevard unnumbered at the southwest corner of City Boulevard and 28th Avenue North. Zone SP is 18.93 acres. Increase the maximum allowed residential units from 600 to 850 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Planning and zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and zoning met, and we considered this bill and the amendment and voted 16 in favor, 0 against as the bill as amended.
Okay. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. I'd like to move the amendment.
Okay. Councilmember Taylor moves the amendment, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Thank you. So this amendment adds two conditions to the SP. It states that in SP that they have to maintain the infrastructure with roadways and sidewalks with the current plan that's there at the moment. And then secondly, that the developer and contractor should utilize private offsite parking for their employees.
All right. You've heard the explanation. Councilmember Taylor has moved the amendment. Again, it was properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All right. Seeing none, we're voting on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 37 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Weddle, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Nash, Vercher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, 37 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections to that? Seeing none, 37 in favor, 0 against. Amendment goes on. We're on your bill as amended. 2020-578 as amended. Councilmember Taylor.
Move for a deferral, one meeting deferral.
All right, so Councilmember Taylor has moved for a one-meeting deferral, properly seconded. Discussion on the deferral. All right, seeing nobody in the queue, all in favor of the one-meeting deferral, say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. 37 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Nash, Vercher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, vote is 37 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections to that? Bill is deferred one meeting. Okay, we're on item number 56, BL 2021-656 by Councilmember Evans. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS 15 to MULA zoning for property located at 4150 Central Pike, approximately 230 feet east of Valley Grove Drive. It's 1.7 acres. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning, Zoning, and Historical Committee met, and we considered Bill 656 and recommended in favor, 15 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Evans, back on your bill.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval, please.
Okay, so Councilmember Evans moves approval. It's properly seconded. This is on third reading. Councilmember Glover has to abstain. Councilmember Glover, do I need to recognize you? Is that what? Okay, your hands goes down. All right, so we're voting on 656. All in favor of 656 on third reading, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Okay. Opposed, no. We got one abstention. Looks like it's 36 in favor, 0 against, one abstention. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye, Hurt, Allen, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Nash, Vercher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
Right, 36 in favor, 0 against, one abstention. Any corrections? Bill passes on third reading. We're on item number 58, Bill 2021-669. Councilmember Toombs, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS 7.5 to R6A zoning for property located at Monticello Street, unnumbered at the corner of Winstead Avenue and Monticello Street, 0.18 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zoning, and Historical met, and we recommended 15 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs, back to you.
Thank you. Move to defer 2 meetings.
Okay, the motion is to defer 2 meetings. Okay. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer? Seeing none, we're voting on a motion to defer 2 meetings. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That would be 37 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Squirrel Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Williams, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Nash, Virgil, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
Right, 37 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections to that? Right, bill passes on third. I'm sorry, bill doesn't pass. It's deferred 2 meetings. Sorry, getting ahead of myself. I can see the end. Bill 2021-670 by Councilmember Porterfield, item number 59. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R10 to ON zoning for property located at 2649 Smith Springs Road, approximately 315 feet west of Bell Road. It's 0.17 acres. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Committee reports, please.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning, Zoning, and Historical Committee met and considered Bill 670. We recommended in favor, 16 in favor, 0 against, of the bill, the substitute, and the bill as substituted.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move the substitute for approval with a brief explanation, please.
Okay, so I got a motion on the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is the legislation that was on, when it was on second reading, we did have one caller to call in to share a concern about alternative financial services being allowed in the ON zoning. So I was able to work with the planning department as well as Matthew with our council office, and they did an excellent job in helping to craft a solution here. So we are substituting, or I am substituting the legislation for an SP that would only allow this 0.17 acres of land to be used as a single family residential, personal instruction, or personal care services. I did speak with the neighbor who had a concern, and they were in support of this. They were initially in support, as well as their neighbors were in support. And then when they got some information about the alternative financial services, they just had some questions. So they are still in support, back in support. And with that, I ask my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you.
All right. So Councilmember Porterfield has moved the substitute. It's been properly seconded. We're on the substitute. Any questions on the substitute? Seeing none, we're voting on the substitute. All in favor of the substitute, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 37 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Squirrel Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
Okay, vote is 37 in favor, 0 against on the substitute. Any corrections to that? Okay, substitutes on. Councilmember Porterfield, you're on the bill as substituted.
Move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Porterfield has moved for approval of 2021-670 as substituted, properly seconded. Discussion on the bill. Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the bill as substituted on third reading say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill 2021-670, 37 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Squirrel Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, Bill 2021-670 as substituted passes on third reading. I think this is the last one, item 62. Bill 2021-673 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from R6 to RM20A zoning for properties located at 810 McKinley Street and McKinley Street unnumbered. At the southwest corner of Lincoln Street and McKinley Street, it's 0.41 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning, Zoning, and Historical Committee met and considered Bill 673 as well as the substitute. we recommended in favor of the substitute and the bill as substituted, 15 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Withers. Thanks for stepping in on this one. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval of the substitute.
Okay, so Councilmember Toombs has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you on the substitute, explanation of the substitute.
The substitute adds the NS designation to prohibit short-term rentals.
Okay, so you've heard the explanation of the substitute. Any questions on the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Substitute passes 37 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Theodore, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, 37 in favor, 0 against. That's the vote. Substitute passes. Councilmember Toombs, you're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you. Move approval as substituted.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs has moved 2021-673 as substituted, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2021-673 as substituted, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Like it's 37 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
For hopefully the last time in my life, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Benedict, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, Rosenberg.
All right, 37 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections to that? Yeah, that was a beautiful rendition. Bill passes as substitute on third reading. I believe that's it. Remember, council members, the State of Metro address is a week from Thursday. It'll be in the Music City Center and the Davidson Ballroom. Everyone is invited to attend, 10:30 in the morning. Again, Davidson Ballroom, Music City Center on April the 29th. Entertain a motion to adjourn. Got some head shaking, properly seconded.
I'll move, seconded, third.
All in favor of, say aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
We stand adjourned.
Motion to keep going.
And so the Metro Council has concluded about a little less than a 6.5-hour meeting. This is perhaps the last time they'll be meeting virtually. Perhaps in the future they'll be meeting at least for the next couple of months at the Music City Center, and they'll start that with the State of Metro address that Mayor Cooper will be giving to the council a week from Thursday at 10:30 in the morning in the Davidson room. It is open to the public. It'll be the first time the council's been back together in person since the late winter when they met down at the Music City Center before. The hope is by July they'll be able to start working here and meeting here actually in the courthouse for the first time, and that will be since back in April of 2020. The council meeting started a little bit late tonight because some of the committee meetings went a little bit late, primarily because of two bills that dominated at least the time period tonight that the council used during this 6.5-hour meeting. It took over 3 hours of time to debate two bills that would involve the city's use of license plate scanners. This has been an issue the council's been looking at for a number of months, but after 3.5 hours, after 3 hours of debate, over 3 hours, the council could not come to a consensus about it. Both bills wound up being indefinitely deferred after a number of substitutions and amendments were put in. It may be the bills could come back as early as the next meeting, but budget time is coming in the next couple of months. And there was some talk on the floor that perhaps these bills would be put off again for a little bit more study to see if they can find a consensus about what to do with this matter, so that not only can the city get the kind of information it needs for police to help to enforce the law and that sort of thing, but they also need it to make sure they can be safe and provide the privacy and security that many people want in the community, are concerned that this might be Big Brother looking over their shoulder. So at this point, that bill is deferred again after almost half the amount of time the council was here tonight they spent on those two particular bills. The council also approved a resolution tonight that would put on the ballot the council's own amendments to the Metro Charter that would sort of rival and define and compare with those proposed by a citizens petition effort. This is the second one now before the Metro Election Commission. The election could be held as early as sometime in June, although that's not clear at this point. The council proposal would only go on the ballot if that special election is held to actually do that as well. Resolution 2021-876 approved $1 million to provide to provide assistance to cover the costs associated with police security and other measures the city had to take during the deadly tornadoes a year ago. This is money coming from the state. Another resolution approved a 5-year, $20 million contract with Republic Service, Inc. to provide and collect waste and recycling containers for Metro, as well as the repair and purchase waste and recycling bins on an as-needed basis. Republic had a previous 5-year contract with the city to provide those same services. Council also approved a resolution that would accept nearly $500,000 grant from the state for Metro Police to continue a long-term effort to work on enhanced DUI enforcement and also to target distracted driving and seatbelt enforcement. Second reading, the council also would defer a bill that would study the compensation for the council every 2 years. They also deferred establishing an 11-member commission that would create and review and identify solutions for the long-term solutions to Nashville's disposal of its solid waste. Finally, Mayor Cooper's smart parking request for proposal bill passed tonight on the consent calendar on third and final reading. Now the city has to move ahead with selecting perhaps a private sector to help them run the new system. That contract would be a 5-year contract as ordained by the council. Whoever is chosen will have to come back and have that contract year approved by the council as well. The council is now in recess until it goes down to the Music City Center, the first meeting in May. That'll be on May 4th. We'll be here. We'll be at the Music City Center at that time to provide live coverage. Until then, we say good morning. I'm Pat Nolan, and good morning from the council chambers. Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council has been coming to you live from the council chambers, and it's the public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.